All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble. We got 20 seconds on the clock. Let me get rid of all of this. And there we go. Out of the pre-market. Ready to rock in 10. I'm going to see if doing the pre-market again is going to help our viewer count. I think it will. All right, where are we starting? There it is. Okay. So for the new layout, down here, you have the last trade. So this will show you the last volume of the trade per tick. So that's 26,000, 1,000. So this is going to give you the fastest volume here. These bars that you see littered around the screen are just going to show you the ticks green or red. And so if you just kind of keep those in the corner of your eye, which is why there's 3 of them, you'll be able to see the market, how to put it, not essence, but its personality a little bit better. So eventually it'll just burn into your head green, red. It's going to start conditioning you. You don't actually have to look at it as long as you can see it in the corner of your eye. There's the heat map, which will change color. This is just filler to block out the bottom here. And, oh, sorry. This is just filler. And we're good. This AMC on the right will change as we switch things. So as we go through. But in the bottom left here, you will always have the correct AMC, no matter where we are. And that will be the most up-to-date AMC, which is currently being cut off when the market opens. Reduce the right-hand side. Raise the top and the bottom. And zig that zag. Still getting cut off. Okay, well, my thought that it was going to plummet wasn't wrong. That's good. That feels good. There we go. And that'll be better for mobile users. You'll be able to see this black on white even on the shittiest of screens. And your up-to-date volume is here, right below it, as well as up top where my positions are. And then this is the ticks, the one in the middle. So you'll be able to just see it trending by this, well, not the second, but essentially as fast as it can update, which at this rate looks like half a second. No, it might be actually a second. Yeah, it looks like it's consistently at a second, which is probably as fast as they want to update. All right, so hopefully this new layout works for you. Oh, in the upper left too, you can see the spread. So you don't have to do the math on this guy here. You're going to be able to see it here. And this guy here, I want to get rid of. There we go. I'll make this bigger. Just because we don't need like 5 times the same thing. Okay, so they're trying to bounce off the green, but that green is the macro pennant, right? So we don't hope too well if it goes under that line. Yeah, not pushing back hard. Double check I'm out of the market. Yep. You do not want to be in the market if that goes under the green line. Oh, I should say under it and hold. Because it will be hello darkness, your old friend. Okay. We're going to see if AMC is going to let me, or TD is going to let me short AMC. My holdings will update in a minute. I'm just going to look at my crap here. Where is it? Order status. Open orders. All. Today. Canceled. Filled. Oh, right. US margin short. Oh, here we go. Okay, so it's under review. You'll probably see it up on the top. Nope. All right, so yeah, just ignore the black for a second. It's just because I'm looking at a different screen. I'm waiting for them to reject my short sell. Just seeing. Rejected. Son of a bitch. All right. Gonna just have to watch this one out. The thing with puts though is it's timing, right? Although today's Friday, so really it's not that much. But nah, I'll sit this one out. I have not a good luck with my options. I'm a stock guy. Yeah, because with a short position here, I would get out at 53.88. The other problem too with options is that they elongate, so you overpay when they move too quickly. Whereas with stocks, you pay the price that is. There's no overprice unless it's hype, and that's more of a market motion versus some mathematical crap in the background. I think it's a combination of two backstop. So we were basically red all week, right? And essentially dead. And now we're Friday. So if you're dead all week and you go into a Friday, you're not going to be flying off the charts, right? Like, so we may still come out neutral at the end of the day, but we may stave off a crash here, but it's not. We're not going to have a flying high day, not unless there's some news or something. Okay. Well, no, we got Fast and the Furious. So Monday, I mean, I'm still bearish overall. I have been for a month plus, right? But next Monday should be very good. After which, then you have to reassess. It was looking kind of good midweek for a little bit of a run up, and we did get a little bit of a run up. We kind of we hit 60 something. We're very close to. But that's teetered out. Now they've kind of burned out, and now we're hovering along the bottom of the pennant. But we did manage to muster a little bit here, right? Yeah. So initially it was like, okay, we geared up, then we went down, and then I'm like, okay, but then I could see that there was still power in the tank, and then we got this burned out. Then I'm like, okay, we're still good. We went up to 60, and then it's like, well, we're not making new highs, and we're essentially lower than where we are. We dipped lower and we raised up less, and so now we're in the next trough cycle. So we could still run up to 60, 88 today, but because we're so low and because it's a Friday, we may just get murdered on the technicals, basically. So if we dip to 51, it's pretty much over. But we could hover around this green line and save ourselves. And then Monday, we'd be somewhere here at like 58. Let's say we close at 57 today. Then from 57, we can jump to 61 on Fast and the Furious news and kick out. So nothing's written in stone yet. We're just trending dangerously low. That's all. So, but yeah, overall, I think we still have to go back to 14-ish eventually. But to hell if we do that, anytime soon. So we'll see. I'm sure you'll check in from time to time, Stacy. Well, financial padding at end of quarter is definitely a thing, but that's usually corporations will try to manipulate their income and their books to make them nice, and then you get their reaction to that afterwards. Now, the financial companies will try to milk their books as well, but you can't really, if you have a losing position, selling it's not going to fix it, right? So they'll start ahead of time fidangling to make everything work out. All right, so we're trucking along. So if we get back up to 55.50, we might start a push. So mornings are always your strongest. So if we don't show any major strength, then the rest of the day will be garbage. And your opening salvos were negative, neutral, negative, now green. So we're pretty much on the fence to what we want to do. Now we did go under the, mythical green line. That line I still think is kind of meh. If we get pulled back to it, it'll start to prove that it's real. If we don't react to it at all, which we reacted to it on the way down and we reacted on the way up, but the second time we went down, we didn't react to it at all. We just blew through it. So it may or may not be there. It might be lower where those sticks are touching. I don't know. So I'll give it another 10 cents. If we can get up over 55.50, then we should start a recovery. Because then we'll be out of the gravitational pull of the green line, if it exists. That line is relatively arbitrary. Oh, is that alien CIA info dump today? That's awesome. Yeah. I love when they redact something. They always leave in like the connecting words. They're like, there was two blanks and they were blank doing blank things, which was surprising because blank, and I mean, man, blank, that was really cool. Blank, blank, shit, blank, blank. You're like, hey, what? But son of a bitch. Could you just redact the whole thing? Don't pique my interest. Yeah, they always redact the good stuff. And then we talked to the blank being, and he said, blank. And I was like, wow, that's going to change everything. Blank. You're like, son of a bitch. What secrets? Sweet. So Canada is looking to push forward the Hyperloop. That would be fucking great. Nice. Oh, so the Fast and the Furious has been reviewed, and they're referring it to as a gigantic sterostoidal humongous of the franchise. Yeah, so they like it. It's got 4 to 5 stars. That should play well once we see the money. The red bars in the middle or the left? The bottom one is volume per second volume. Yeah, per second volume. So the number is where the actual stock price is on the per second. And the number that's in that little black box, which is apparently not updating, is going to tell you the per second volume. Now I have to leave my mouse on it for it to update. Oh, in fact, I have to move it. Well, that sucks. I had it working this morning. Oh, we'll fix that later. If I win big today, I'm ordering some Wendy's. I haven't had Wendy's in a while. So the blue and red is just for me, just to give an idea of where the medium term trend line is. Earlier, I was trying to line it up to the green here. So I was building the trend line to show us where the midpoint is going towards a neutral on the kind of fake wedge here. But since we broke the wedge, that's no longer necessary. It's not a matter of are we going to break the wedge anymore? It's how far are we going to go? do. All right, time to get comfy on the couch. Oh. So how much would my short selling pay out? Almost 3%. One day. Do. Welcome back, Zeus. Aren't you glad you didn't get in? Orange, you glad? Citrus. Yeah, today would be the time to get in. Not right now, of course, but end of day, I would say Monday's going to be decent. Yeah. I mean, that's a reasonable bet that news of a very successful movie making tons of money, once that gets, in everyone's head, that's definitely going to cause some form of bump. Yeah. I can't tell you when it's going to be the lowest. Your best bet is to buy in just before close. Unless there's a clear, catastrophic drop, then you could probably get in on that. But if it's too catastrophic, it might carry on to Monday. The weekends usually save you, but, you have to just kind of play it as it lays. Whoa. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. The Ring of Fire. Do 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 do. It's Fast and Furious 9. Once the weekend earnings come out, and hopefully they're not horrible. Yeah. You can't see me. Na 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 na. It's Zeusina. It took me a long time to realize that the whole "you can't see me" probably stems from the last name Cena. Nah, seen, can't see. And I'm like, oh. Here I thought he was just so fast and so good. And I'm like, wait, it's probably his last name. I think Howard just realized that too. Cena. I know. I was taking a dump and I was like, wait, son of a bitch. Because I'm like, why is his thing this? It's so dumb. And then I'm like, I bet he was teased as a kid. And then I'm like, ah. The philosopher's chair. Yeah. Realistically, though, I think it's because taking a dump, just like a shower, stimulates certain chemicals. And it probably does trigger thinking. Yeah. Which is why taking a shower or taking a dump actually makes me sick, because it's those very chemicals that are sickening me. Too much of them, at least. Which is probably why I'm so creative most of the time, because I'm constantly inundated with those chemicals. My problem now is I'm overloaded with them. So it's like, double-edged sword. Turns out humans are nothing more than walking, talking monkeys driven by chemicals. A simplistic machine. It's like, ugh. Why can't we be more? But the good news is, drugs can make you better. Take the right drugs at the right time, and human performance goes through the roof. So this might be a breakout. If it gets above this line, I'll buy in. Probably can afford 400 now. Nope. Oh, I can do 480. 380. Sweet. It's possible, Howard, although correlation does not equal causation. I don't know if there's a correlation between poop and poop. Yeah, they're definitely trying. So just let this baby roll, because we're not out of the woods yet. Not until we get over this line. Bro. Hey, bro. Bro. Every time. Every time I see it. Oh, look at them go. Trying. Wow, the ticks have definitely picked up. Oh, and why the ticks are only one color is because they represent a moment in time. So basically, there is no up or down because there is no price motion. It's just is. So you have to look at the direction and the color. Or sorry, the direction to get the color. Looks like they're going to go for a push. Give us a little red. Pull us back under. And then I can get in. They're pushing. Give me some red. I don't want to miss this boat. I'm missing the boat. Damn it. Give me a big red. Slap this. Pimp slap this. Come on. Tell it its place is on the line. There you go. Yeah, that's right. Give it the 5-finger discount. Oh, she going. Still think there's going to be a large red here that I can get in on. But if I wait too long, she's going to run away without me. Damn. Come on. Need an entry point here. God damn it. I'm going to have to get in on this. Give me a red. Give me a good red. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's the ticket. There's the ticket. Okay. Are we done? Nope. Almost. Come on, bring us right back to the line. Yeah. Oh, that was hard to wait on that one. I'm like, nah, we're going back to the line, but it's not doing it. I'm like, son of a bitch. Yeah. So that is likely last chance to get in right there. We'll see this settle. Okay, next time it dips, I'm just going to get in since I missed that one too. Come on. Give me a dip. Give me a dip. Break me off a piece of that dip bar. Come on. And this one too will tell us if it doesn't go back to this line, then we're starting a channel up. Whereas this one got us right back to collapsing. So if this one's really big and gets us back. They're duking it out. Now I think you're going to be okay. I knew once it crossed this line, it's going to go up. I'm just looking for a good entry point. This isn't going to be the lowest point in the day, though. This is just our buy-in point. Buy-in point. Yeah, see, red is not mounting any of a defense. Oh, whoops. I just got in accidentally. I thought I was previewing the order. Whoops. All right, well, I'm in now. Misclicked. Now it's going to go red. Yeah. Okay. Do 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 do.
Okay. Thanks for the sub name that's really long. I can't see. Oh, Jay the Gamer Investor. Cool. Yeah, she's going to keep trending upwards. Wonder if it'll go to the green line. Yeah, that was the buy-in point that I wanted, but it was so quick I missed it. Oh well. But at least once we stabled out here, then it got us away from this line. So the chance of going down was pretty high here. And then with this and this, it was like, nah. Now it's going up. So now we're making even a tighter go up. So now we have an aggressive. So this was the original trend line. Now this is the trend line we're in. So as long as we maintain over these lines, we'll just keep on trucking. And at this time, higher velocity. Looks like I'm getting me a cheeseburger today. It's probably he hides his commission. Or you're buying it at 54 and your average is 55 because they hide the commission in there. Or something like that. Dunno. Sounds like you need a new brokerage. Do 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 get some citrus in there. Get this. Wow, that thing snapped too. Delete. We need to directly apply the citrus. There we go. I'm using TD in Canada, so a bank. All right, I'm going to bail on this. Show me some green. No. Too late. Give me some green so I can bail. There we go. A little bit of green. A little bit of volume. Okay. Bailed. And I'll get back in after the dip. Yeah. It might be okay. It might go back in channel. but we're getting close to 10:30. So even if we do like this or something, I'm not going to risk it. So they're all starting. Yeah, they're starting their dip. Not him. Or the Dow might be. So we'll see. Whoops. What do. I'll just play it safe. We were out of channel and we're getting close to 10:30. So it's a good push back to channel, but we're still not in luck. Yeah, that's most likely the case. Outstanding debts and arrears. People just resubbing again, Marshall. Same with Dr. Overkill. You guys are the worst. Yeah, the worst. Oh, I'm still me without you. I'm still trading on the stock market without you. It's good that you're here, but don't think for a second, I don't need you. I can make it on my own. Man, if I did this for the fame, I'd be like, holy fuck, ape army, something, something, shock emoji face. Oh my God, stocks. Everything would be an emotional roller coaster all day. I watched a guy like freak out over Coke and Mentos. It's like everyone knows what it does. And this guy is all like, whoa, whoa, oh my God, whoa, 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 whoa. And he's jumping around like by his pool, like freaking out, like he saw it for the first time. I'm like, bro. It's so bad. But, you know, he's making his TikTok dollars, so. But it still makes him a garbage human being. It's like, killing me. Yeah. Oh no, look what you turned me into, Marshall. It's your fault. You're driving me to it. I'm going to start yelling out, cup and handle. Oh my God, it's not a forming. It's a saggy boob. I don't know. I can't do hype. I despise it so much. Even just, it's like being overtly racist. I just can't do it. It's like, it just, need a shower. I need a bleach shower. Do 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 do. Oh, speaking of overt racism, just on a segue, people are calling again for the cancellation of Canada Day because of we have a discovery of unmarked graves at a residential schools, which was like a ye old native internment camp, re-education center. But people are like, oh man, got to cancel the whole system. And it's like, people are dumb. Yeah. Oh, and we lost a few statues overnight as well. Same thing. Yeah. But yeah, so we're working through that right now. Hopefully, intelligence will reign supreme after the emotionality of unmarked graves runs its course. Hey, but yeah, good times. Do 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 do. Yeah, it's not too big of a deal. Firstly, unmarked graves are super common in that era. Secondly, childhood mortality was 30%. And then 10% didn't even make it to age 1. 30% didn't make it to a teenager. So, of course, you have a boarding school for kids. You're going to lose 1/3 of all those kids before they exit the school. And that's if they weren't poor. And that wasn't if they were treated poorly. So the kill count will be very high. Even if they did everything in their power, the kill count will still be 30%-ish. So it's like, yeah. And then what are you going to do? Give them all properly marked graves with little nice headstones? No. Poor people get thrown in big piles like Mozart and every other person in Europe, right? At the time, of course. Now we're a little more respectful of the dead. But at the time, yeah, you just chuck them in the field and throw them in a pile. If you're lucky, you get a Viking send-off. But of course, that's running its course right now. People are judging by today's standards. They're like, oh man, that's atrocious. Yeah, by today's standards. But relativistic view. Got to keep everything in context. All right, so my defensive play was not a bad idea. Yeah, I didn't like that we were slowing down. So that was the warning. And then I got out here when this green pushed up. And yeah, it had a little bit more legs, but that's just denial for this. So as long as we stay under this line, we'll continue sideways or down. And I might buy back in if we get over this line. So let me arm that, actually. My thing is crashing. All right. See ya, Sam. I think we'll see 73 again, Marshall. Yeah. We'll definitely get up there. Just might take a while. Yeah, and another thing too is Canadians don't have much experience with slavery on that topic. So it's like, you know, you send someone a strongly worded letter, and that's hardcore for Canadian, right? So unmarked graves is like, oh my lord, think of the children, and it's like, dear God, the fact they even buried them is one thing. You know, they didn't just throw them in a ditch. It's like, man, don't even look at Britain during that time. They were grinding up children in factories, feeding people radioactive material. People's faces were falling off. They were drowning people left, right, and center, starving them to death purposely. It's like, man, you could have done a lot worse in the 1860s. A hell of a lot worse. But of course, Canadians, you know, especially the dumb ones, you know, think everything's an atrocity because they're so sensitive to, you know, everything being polite and nice. And it's like, Jesus, the Romans used to kill 1/3 of a population. You know, they'd wipe it out just for compliance reasons. It's like, yeah, you know, the Romans were a little further back, but I mean, you know, you got the Iron Maiden and torture chambers just 100 years before. Go another 100 years before, and you know, people are savagely beating each other with sticks. It's like, this is still a lot better, right? So yeah, people don't know their history. Yeah, but yeah, good times. But of course, you have that statement, right? You try to bring people down to a logic and reasoning, and of course, they feel they need to be emotionally charged about it, right? Which is kind of what the whole cancel culture is. But the idea that you have to destroy or remove everything that affronts you. But in the States, it's a little different because it's like Fox News has been trying for years to kind of get the idea that people are trying to hunt down Christmas or cancel Christians or murder their way of life. And if it's not the immigrants or the government or space aliens, it's somebody, big business. It's some demon, some boogeyman, right? And then that's now kind of permeated society, and it's now turning towards social conflict. So actually I should, if you go back further, it was race wars, black versus white, right? Because that drove news, right? So they were pitting each other against each other. But now, you know, they can't be overtly racist. So now they're, you know, xenophobic or culturalist or whatever. They moved on. But society also is following, you know, if that's all you hear, you become it, right? And that's coming across the border to Canada as well. This sense of social justice. You have to fight. You have to be a warrior. And it's like, yeah, except you're fighting for ideals that aren't even yours and against a cause that doesn't exist. It's nothing new. You know, the communists did it. The fight between hippies and the man. Like, there's always been social strife. It's just taking a new form. But science versus religion was a big one in the 1920s. So anyways, or religion versus everyone, really, because they were losing their control. Anyways, point being is, yeah, it's just annoying as shit, but it's nothing new. It's just a different flavor of another turd. So none of this matters for us because we're stock traders, but yeah, just have to, now that it's back in the social conscience again in Canada, got to go through that shitstorm again. But give it a couple of months and they'll get over it. And then we'll be back to sunshine and rainbows and complaining about our food not being vegetarian enough. So forth and so forth. It's always something. Yeah. Yeah, woke culture is way worse than cancel culture. I agree. Now, I don't really like labels, but just to keep it simple, yeah, woke culture is the worst. But it's just a version of like the social justice warrior. I feel vindicated and justified in my position because it's the position of virtue. I'm doing it for God. I'm doing it for the people, blah, 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 blah. It's virtue signaling at the highest form, right? Nothing new, but now everyone has a platform to yell at. Facebook, TikTok, news. I mean, Fox News put on, social justice warrior Trey, who's fighting the good fight for the oppressed stock minorities, right? So they're just playing that game, just a different flavor, right? So it's nothing new. Just annoying. But hopefully all you guys have better brain cells to realize it's pretty much just garbage. Well. So, moving on. We are trending, and we haven't figured out what we're doing yet. So this is probably the gravitational edge of this line, which is why we're kind of bouncing. So we haven't decided if we're going to commit to the line. We're just kind of floating with that. So kind of right here. So we punched through and now we're floating kind of here. So do. Elf is flying. Whoa, up 46. Jesus, going for round 2. So they took a breather for 2 days, and they're going for number 2. So my short sell would have been burned here, but I probably would have gotten out. But that's going to set them up for a nasty crash, though. I mean, that might solidify a base, but they were showing so much weakness. Oh, well, we'll see. We'll see. How old is Elf? Yeah, Elf ain't old. Actually, how the hell is Roblox doing at this point? Oh, they're 86. Yeah, they dipped all the way down to 63 last month. Yeah. I still don't think they're out of the woods yet. Is this us? No, that's Roblox. I was like, that doesn't look right. There we go. I was like, wait, why are we looking so good? Yeah. You'll get your lemons once it finishes going down. Yeah. Actually, let's put this here. So if we bounce, it should go to this line. Actually, that's not correct. If we bounce, it should go to this line. So the tiniest green, and then down we go. Yeah, Roblox is still alive. Yeah, I could put a lemon here, and it probably is going to bounce here. See, there's your bounce. But the red line might hold us sideways. And then I'll just slide this baby over. Oh, they're going to try for a bigger bounce. But again, still within the parameters of that line. It's going to get pushed back, I think. So red should snap it back to 54.01. 5-cent slap. Oh, they're pushing. How much time do we got? 15 seconds? See if they can slap it down in 15 seconds. And they did. Pew, pew. Technicals win, bitches. Suck my green candle. Now we're outside of it. So now we could try for a push. Okay, I'm going to buy in for this. And I'm going to shift the lemon over. Okay. Yeah, the Dow's up pretty good. Okay. Let's see us get some dollars. Man, I'll get to order a 3 patties Wendy burger today. Living the stock life. No, wait. No. We can't use that because it's fucking copyrighted, but no. I can sing it. Stupid YouTube. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Backstop. That's my medium-term play. Because at least now we know what's in the pipe. So the stock market doesn't know what's in the pipe. The options don't know what's in the pipe. But we know because we're humans. So we can preempt the stock market. But of course, the stock market players are going to try to preempt it. But most retail investors are retarded. So they don't react until it happens. So I think we could do a power play on Monday. But we got to watch that our technicals are okay, because if our technicals are bad, we'll trigger, catastrophic selling. So, and this is a good sign that we broke this invisible green line. It's somewhere around here, but we didn't crash. I mean, we did find support on this red line, but that means, that's good for positivity. We might haul ass back up, here, at least for a bit, until we get kind of pushed down by this red line. So, yeah, I'm kind of short term, I'm kind of positive feeling. I don't know if it's going to play out, but yeah. And then medium term, I'm kind of positive. Yeah, after we dip, tonight, people want their money out for the weekend. This isn't America's 4th of July yet, right? No, that's coming up. Okay. And it's on a weekend. Good. Exactly, Zeus. If I hum over the copyright song, I just remixed it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you can sing the song all you want. Can't copyright Don't think you can copyright lyrics. Can you? Or no, you might be able to copyright the words, but you can't copyright the delivery. So I can deliver those words and speak whatever sentences I want. I just couldn't sell the lyrics. But if I sung them to you and you wrote them down, we'd get past that. I think is how it works. Yeah. I used to know my trademark and copyright law for US and Canada, but it's a little rusty now for me. Yeah. Well, the melody, the song itself is the copyright element, yes, because it's notes strung together in a particular order. Just like a book is letters and characters strung together in a particular order. You can't copyright any word in a book unless you made it up yourself, which is trademarks, right? You're making up a custom word. You can't trademark common words. And you actually lose your trademark if it becomes a common word. But it's the combination of those notes and those words that make the unique art. Just like a painting is a combination of brushstrokes. You can't copyright the paint unless you made up your own special paint. But you can copyright the finished work from reproduction. Yeah. And that's the general idea. Because, man, if we went around and said, no, you're not allowed to use white paint, it's like, fuck, you're going to stifle creativity, right? So. Yeah, well, you can't copyright phrases, right? Unless they're unique phrases. You're like, I'm going to go get a box of Kleenex. It's like, okay. But if you make it into a jingle, it's the sum of the total, not the word, but the word with the melody that makes unique, right? So, anyways, it's stuff like that. I could trademark Lemondorf since we, like, as far as I know, we're the first to use it, right? Which, but then, as long as if I make too many references to Gandalf, that I can get sued for riding their coattails. But if he's a parody, it's okay, which he technically is. Except I'm using him for commercial gain, so who knows? Yeah. And technically, it's already copyrighted instantly. Creative works like music, books, and art are immediately copyrighted. So you don't have to register them. Rip. So I was hoping this would turn around. It might still bounce. If it doesn't, I'll have to bail. Possession is 9/10 of the law. It's true. Yeah, you could run Kramer coin as long as you didn't put his face on it. It's just a word. If you heavily imply it's him, that's their problem. That's why you get all those great Chinese knockoffs where it's like Love Soap and Halette. It's like, Well, it's not Gillette. It's Hillette. It's not my fault that you conflate the two. Yeah. It's very smart. Now, there's new trademark laws where if Hillette was confusing and people would confuse it from Gillette, they can argue that there's monetary loss due to market confusion and the brand name being mangled. But that's more newer, which is probably why we don't see Chinese stuff doing weird shit like that much anymore in North America. But yeah, they definitely, you know, the shape of the bottle, the branding, they'll mimic it. And that's why Coca-Cola tries so hard to justify the shape of their bottle. Their bottle is a unique shape, part of their trademark. So every chance they get, they have to defend that. And it's like, no one fucking cares, Coke, just you. But they don't want to lose it because that's what, you know, is part of their image. It's like, okay, fine. So McDowell's, that's awesome. Well, I like, what was it, Ireland's response? No, it was Scotland. So McDonald's tried to sue a Scottish guy for having McDonald's because he's actually McDonald. And they're like, nah, man, that's our name. And he's like, fuck you. And the Scottish government's like, no, seriously, go fuck yourself. Yeah. Because they're arguing it's confusing. And it's like, yeah, well, you can't trademark my friggin' last name. Like, it's, you know. And it was quite good. We know where Backstop gets his ideas. All right, I'm gonna have to bail on this. Lame. Well, I'm gonna have to return that half-eaten hamburger. I'm gonna push back. That's probably it. All right, I'm out. Sucks. What'd I lose? $150. Yeah. Nothing big. Yeah, because I got in here, sold here. Okay. All right. Let this baby free fall some more. Free falling. Okay, so 52 is our next stop. Give or take. Do 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 do. All right, trucking along here. Got our core member base. Excellent. Shake out those paper hands. And we're doing good. All right. Updated the title. Lambos tomorrow. I guess if that chart's not updating, I can remove it. There's the OBS. Right here. There we go. All right, we're back on the line. Okay, see if we can try for a push. So if we level out, then we'll go for a push. If not, get dragged back down. Actually, you know what? I'm going to get in. Oh, fuck it. I'm back in. Because 1055's coming up. So even if we have some negativity, we should have our upswing sooner than later. Yeah. I'm going to risk it. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. You got to preempt the market. That's how you make the dollars. But of course, preempting of it comes with risk. But risk equals reward. Yeah. Well, judging by the time of the day, we should see some leveling out. So as long as there's no extreme negativity, we should go up. We're just not moving right now because of this line. But the happiness pressure should increase going into 11. Come on, green. Let's get this push over with. Deliver that green, baby. Well, we're not seeing any 11 o'clock strength, which is not a good sign. Volume's ramping up and it's all negative. Oh, they're just laying in. Green's countering. But poorly. I'll give it to 11 o'clock. If it doesn't go up, then I'll bail. Leveling out. Probably will get a green push. Red tried to go down. Green stopped it. This is going to drop if green doesn't push real soon. Come on, green. So still sideways motion. Yeah, the ticks aren't looking good. So this is 11 o'clock. So if we don't see a recovery, then we're heading to this red line. And it looks like that's the case. Now we hit the line, we'll probably bounce to this level here. So you could bail and protect against this. But you probably will get a second chance. So it's probably prudent to just stay in, hoping it pushes up, or bailing on the bounce. The lowest this is the lowest red line. That's the breakdown. We get into the 51 or worse 50s, then we are looking at some free falling action till 41. So yeah. So to put it in perspective, that's the line we want to avoid. Technically, this breaks us out of the pennant, so we should be much more negative. But you can see there's quite a bunch of green energy. So as we get later in the day, I'll get out of the market later in the day. Because let's say by 12, we'll run out of green energy. And then we'll start looking at these as viable territory. But right now, we should be hopefully gaining some height. We should have ran up from 10 to 11, and we ran down. So now we have till 12. That's the next block. So it's before 10:30, then it's 10:30 to 10:40, 10:40 to 10:50. 10:50 to 11 is usually a run up because you're over the dip. Then 11 to 12 is generally a run up. It doesn't have to be. 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2:30, 3:30, and close. And those are your kind of your time markers. 3 can be something sometimes. Generally, it's after 2:30, it's kind of set in stone. But the last 30 minutes is a wild card. Yeah. 12 to 1 can sometimes be merged together. Even 11 to 1, but usually from 11 you're going up, and then 12 represents the turnaround highest point of the day, and then it starts burning off. Usually. So anyways, where the hell is our upwards motion green? Come on. We got a small runway here. We want you to go this way. This way. This. Follow the line. Follow the elastic line. Yeah, that's the way to do stocks. If my health was better, I'd be trading stocks at my cottage. So looking out on the lake, listening to the birds, feeding the squirrels and the chipmunks, and just trading stocks. Do 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 do. So we got a little bit of leveling out. It's reattaching to the line. No, not a log cabin. A cottage is just a rural house in some cases. Log cabins are actually extremely expensive unless you build them yourself. And then the next follow-up, Tom, is, are you high? Not yet. No, 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 no. Biden puts on his shades. America's roads are getting high. That's not 100% true, though. freedom. Log cabins are prone to rot and decay pretty quick. But if you build them right, just like a normal house, if you build them right, they'll stand forever, right? But tolls? So you don't pay for anything? Like no taxes whatsoever? Are you a vagabond? I mean, realistically, every road should be a toll road, but the toll should be like 1 penny. It's like pay per use. Works for me. If you build a road to the middle of nowhere, it's like, that's your problem. Well, of course you pay a road tax. I know. Because it's impossible for them to just say, okay, pay for the roads you use, right? And of course, corporations that overuse the roads with shipping, and they're doing the most damage. It's not retail driving around wrecking roads. It's corporations wrecking the roads. And then they pay nothing because they're getting corporate tax, right? And that's really the problem. You're paying for the luxury of someone else overusing a system. And for a country, America, that prides itself in, your bootstraps and you pay for your own health care and fuck you and all that sort of stuff. Meanwhile, you got parasitic corporations robbing you. And it's like, you gotta weigh that out. Can't have it both ways. Yeah. Yeah, in Canada we pay it in our gas. So basically, if the more gas you use, the more you pay for the roads. So we don't tax your vehicle, we just tax your consumption. So drive less, pay less. Easy peasy. Yeah, well, we did the clean air speed limits a long time ago. That's why in Canada it's 80 kilometers an hour. And the US also shifted their speed limits for that reason as well, a long time ago. But what I would like is that if you have an electric vehicle, there is no speed limits. It's like, no, just take it to the limit. As long as you got the insurance to cover your death, just punch it, Chewy. Well, the thing with cars, so you're talking about capital gains on a car. So if you sell a car to somebody, you're getting taxed on the money you made, right? But if you make no money, then there's nothing to tax. So with cars, when you're exchanging it, you're paying the tax on the exchange, but you can technically, even though you got to pay the tax, you can get it back because you would just level it as a loss or net neutral, and you'd end up getting it back. Yeah. Oh yeah, when you buy a car, you pay tax on it, but that's consumer tax. When you trade the car, then it's capital gains. It's profit. But the tax that's on the car when you first buy it, that's the tax that needs to be paid by the dealership, but they just pass it along to you. When you transfer the car, you can pass that tax along to the person that you purchase it from, but it's the same tax, right? So, yeah, because you're selling something. The tax is on the selling of the item. If I sold an N64, I would pay tax, even though I bought it and paid tax. Now, the cool thing, though, is with stocks, you only pay tax once in Canada. It's crystallized once you pay it, and you can't be double taxed on it. So, because you made money, you're supposed to pay tax on it. Anything under $2,000 a year is technically tax-free. Yeah. And then the part you don't see is duty. So technically, when you bought that TV from China, you already paid about 30% to the government in duty. And then they don't pass that along to you. They just hide it in the price. Then they pass the tax along to you. So you end up paying like 45% by the end of the day, first to import it, and then the tax once you sell it. So I pay tax. Yeah. But the tax is to you. Just like if I bought a TV, the tax is actually to the retail company. They just pass it along to you. But the tax is actually to them. So when I buy something from McDonald's, that tax is not me. They're taxing McDonald's, but McDonald's says it's your tax. But ultimately in the tax code, it's McDonald's. Every time they sell something, McDonald's has to collect a portion of that as a tax. But it's not the buyer, it's the seller that's being taxed. So perception is reality, but ultimately it's the seller that's getting nailed. So if you sell nothing, you technically are not being taxed. But we get it in our mind that you're only taxed when you buy stuff. But that's because corporations have passed it along to you. Yeah. Yeah. That's why they can do tax-free or don't pay the tax events. It's illegal to not pay tax, but they're sucking it up. They're not passing it along to you. So there you go, right? Well, they can tax the same thing over and over again because it's being transferred hand to hand, right? So I sell you a car, and if you sell that car for any form of profit, right, you have to pay tax. If you don't make any money on that car, there is no tax because the tax is on the profit. Now, there is a few things like houses and cars where they argue that there's always profit. So you have to pay the tax up front, but there's ways to get that money back as long as you're not making profit. Because technically, if you took a loss on your car, there's no tax because you're giving it to somebody for near free, right? But then the government's like, well, if you do that, then you're going to basically give away everything tax free. But it's like, yeah, well, I can't pay tax on a loss. And then they're like, well, watch us. And then you're like, ah. But I'm pretty sure there's ways to get that money back because you basically just write it off as a loss. And then you don't pay taxes on losses because you didn't make any money. And then you'll get it back on your income tax. Which is like how capital gains works with stocks. technically you're paying tax on every stock. Every time you trade it, you're paying tax. But if you lose money in Canada, you don't have to pay the tax because you can't pay tax on a loss. But if you lose a lot, then you can write off all your gains because you made no money, right? So it's very simple. If you make money, you pay tax. If you don't make money, no tax. Hata. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, it's not how it is in the States, though. In the States, they argue that you owe them 30%. And then if you lose your money, you still owe them your winnings. And it's like, what the fuck? It's like, I don't have it anymore. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a dangerous U.S. tax code. Nasty little buggers. And even if you don't live in the U.S., you're still taxed. It's like, holy crap. They'll reach into your pocket wherever you are in the world. It's like, God help you. Yeah. Yes, I have to pay the blue book. Yes. So that's to stop you from selling the car at a loss, right? So the blue book, let's say the car's worth $1,000, right? And you try to give it to me for $0 to avoid the taxes, right? And they'll say no. But if you paid $2,000 for the car, right? And then you sell the car for $1,000, you have to pay the taxes on the $1,000. But if that car is an asset that's depreciating, which it is, you've taken a loss on that car, right? And so the original purchase to where it is now. And so now you're out of a car, and you could probably argue that there is something there where you can take your money and say, look, sure, I paid you the taxes, but I get them back because I took a financial loss selling my car for less than it's worth. But then the government says, no, you didn't sell it for less than it's worth. You sold it at the blue book price, which is exactly what it's worth. Therefore, we can tax you. And then that's their counter argument. But I'm sure there's ways to sell a car sub blue book, but I guess it's the transfer of ownership. And I guess you might have to be a corporation. Yeah, actually, now you think about it, I think that's exactly why they do the blue book. Can you get around that? I think you can, because I had this conversation before, but maybe you have to be a corporation. Yeah, and it's the same thing with a house where they set a market price. So if you try to sell your house for $1, they'll tax you against the market price. So you can still sell your car for $1, but they'll tax you against the blue book of your house, basically, so that you can't dodge taxes. But I think you can reclaim that because you have to just prove there's a loss. So you can just, basically you just take a financial loss and then you can then go after your taxes you previously paid. Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah, I'm trying to remember all this. So all you do is you pay your taxes up front, but then at the end of the year, you say, look, I'm in the hole $1 million because I made some dumb financial decisions. And then you don't have to pay any taxes because you can retroactively claim back, right? So the government ends up paying you because you're in the hole. Yeah, I think that's how it works. Yeah, sorry, long-winded way of getting there. But I think if I remember my tax code, that's how you do it. I had to learn a lot when I was trading stocks because I was like, oh man, I'm going to get taxed out the ass. No, that's just the States. Either that or I haven't been paying taxes properly for a lot of years. Yeah, we're the same way, Barry. You have to pay taxes every time you transfer ownership. Yeah, because they claim that you're getting the fair market price, which is the blue book, and therefore you're getting a profit on the vehicle because that's the fair price of the vehicle. And so you can't you can't claim that you're taking a loss because that's all the vehicle is worth. And then that's how they get around. They can still tax you because you made a profit. And it's like, but I didn't. I took a loss. But then you have to argue that, I believe, on your income tax because it's a depreciating asset. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can gift a car, but it has to be family, I believe, in Canada, or at least Ontario. Yeah, that's how I got my first vehicle. Transfer of ownership from my parents to avoid paying taxes because it's within the family. And so it's a transfer of ownership, but there's no profit, right? I'm paying my parents, or actually no, I'm not paying my parents. And because no money is being exchanged, then there's no taxes to be had. Right, that's it. But you can't argue with a total stranger, at least in Canada, that I'm just giving him the car for free. But I think if it's a charity, you can. And we're rebounding. On a side note, I've been trying out different things of chips because for some reason I can eat chips when I'm not feeling good. Cheddar jalapeno Lays, pretty good. And I don't know if you guys have Ruffles in the States, but what is it? Bacon sour cream, pretty decent. Yeah, I don't generally like chips, but yeah, holy crap, those are decent. These cheddar jalapenos are really good. They wreck my insides, but yeah, it's kind of like eating nachos, but without that gooiness of a nacho. And it's like, bad. I like it. Yeah, all dressed though, you're not missing much. And ketchup, eh, cat's up. God, cat's up. You're one of those people. All right. Good use of lemons. Okay. So I'm back in the green. So we staved off the apocalypse. Luckily, it happened early enough. If this would have went a little longer, I think we would have been in the weeds here. So now we're getting our run up to 12, which is here. So hopefully we try for this green line again. Get my cheeseburger dollars. I haven't had bacon in a long time. And as much as people will cringe, microwaved bacon is best. Best way to cook bacon. Same with eggs. Microwaved eggs and microwaved bacon is heavenly. Oh, everyone flee. My name's here. Put extra chlorine in the pool. Disinfect everything. Everyone scatters. Yeah, here comes the bands. Yeah. Green line is keeping at this current speed. It's going to be 55.90. If it goes faster, it's 55.85. And slower, 55, almost 56. I highly doubt we're going to follow this line all the way up. So what's going to probably happen is we're going to get pushed over by red. So red will push us over, and then we'll latch onto the line again and go up. And we'll have basically a time-cycled version of this. So it'll be like this and like this. So something like this. So yeah, it'll be like that. So we might even go 55.98. This is rising. So the longer we go, the more unattainable it gets. Also gets shittier too, because this red line is a hard line. So we'll bounce and get stuck, which means we most likely will go down because we have less room to wiggle. And this line is a hard line. So, yeah. But we'll see. We will see. I don't, yeah, that was, oh, you can't put me. I thought you were saying I can put you in timeout. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I can't be timed out. And two, it wouldn't make a difference because you can't stop the signal. Also, top chat. So, I just saw your pineapple crush statement. We don't have it here. In Canada. We just got a couple of pineapple drinks, but usually it's flavored water. Okay. So we'll shift this over. So now we're looking at 55.94. This will likely bounce, and we'll go for round dos. Do 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 do. Nice. Yeah, in Quebec they have pine beer, and it's literally tree sap beverage. Spruce beer, actually, is what it's called. Holy crap. It's like drinking pine tree. It is brutal, but it puts hair on your chest. Oh my God. It fucks you up. I bought it because I'm like, what the hell is this? And then I'm like, holy, how does anyone drink this? But well, actually, no, that's a lie. I almost finished the 2 liter, and then my body started rejecting it. Like, we use pine to clean floors. Oh, it's brutal. Yeah, 300% in 10 days ain't bad at all. I'm glad my skills are wearing off on people and you're doing better than me. It's good. It's good. Wee. Oh, it's hard. It's definitely hard to drink. But yeah, if you're ever in Quebec, you can give it a try. Something. Yeah, it's basically like cream soda, but it tastes like the smell of pine. So it's like, it's hard. Like, it really hurts the insides. Yeah. It might be better as a beer, but as a soft drink, it's murder. Yeah. Jeez, I just had a flashback to my road trip in Quebec. Forgot about that. Heh. Neat. It's weird how memories come flooding back sometimes. You just trigger a neural pathway, and then 20 years ago just goes blip. Like it just happened. Crazy. Crazy. Yeah, Quebec's not bad. It's nothing too magical. A lot of strongly opinionated people. Montreal's good. Quebec wilderness is, regular Canadian wilderness. Taking your dear sweet time. What's our overall volume? It's slow to fast. It's just on and off. So it's getting spotty. You can see with the red down here. So it's just getting spotty. So instead of being constant, it's still quick, slow, quick, slow, so forth and so forth. Yeah. Yeah, just speak English while you're in Quebec, and if they hate you for it, whatever. It's like the country is supposed to be bilingual, and so Canada has 2 official languages, except Quebec doesn't recognize English. So it's like, okay, it's a one-way street there. Some people, don't give a shit. Some people are diehards. But the generation that's really hardcore, diehard French is probably 60 years old or older now. So the younger generation aren't fucking hopped up on the nationality juice that the people that were, adults in the 80s were. So. Yeah, Quebec's a bit of a pain in the ass. They do have good manufacturing and they do have an oil refinery. They're not a total burden on society. Technically, the Maritimes are a total burden on society, but at least they're not a dick about it. They don't go around telling everyone how great they are when they're not. They just make the best of it, which is, how everyone should be. But even then, Alberta's getting uppity. They're all like, haha, we got oil money now. We're the greatest thing ever. Oil prices drop, massive unemployment. The whole province goes under. They shut up. It's like, oh, no big dick moves for you now. And then British Columbia is now having its time in the sun. We're so progressive. We're going to break away like California. And you're like, yeah, and do what? Smoke herbs all day and... Yeah, no. Ontario's like the only thing that carries this country. All the rest of them put a little bit in, but ultimately it's like all the financials are here. All the big business is here. It's like, yeah, nice try. Yeah. Local Canadian politics. But realistically, that's as bad as our politics get, is that. That's it. It's like, that's all we got. I'm upset I'm not being represented enough. Well, I do declare I don't give a shit. Well, screw you. And that's it. Done. Come back in 20 years, nothing's changed. Which is part of our problem. So fucking boring. Can't we just have like a crazy civil war where our police force starts shooting into houses like Venezuela? Like, man, just bring on the good times. I don't know if we have a heat wave coming. Oh, oil field work pays amazing. Yeah. Just because oil itself pays well. The whole industry pays good. But that's how they keep and retain talent. And there's quite a level of brutality attached to it. But you get paid good. I would take oil field work over an office job any day of the week. Because at least you're getting paid for what you're worth, right? Whereas an office job, it's like, well, because it's so cushy, we can pay you less. Because it's stable, we can pay you less. And it's like, what I'm here for is the money. But when you have a family of 10 and you want to go home every night and sit in your 2x2 backyard and live the suburban life, then, the office job, you have to pay for it. But as stockbrokers, or, well, you're not brokers, traders, fuck all that noise. You're going to get rich, die quick, and they'll make a movie about you. Which is another reason why I love the stock market. Stupid people get chewed up, spat out, and only the strong survive. It cleans everything up. This is like so slow. So this one didn't complete, which is a sign that it's probably going to go down here. If it doesn't, like if it latches on, then that's a good sign that it's going to go up. So it's either it's preemptive, but it's just denying the inevitable, or this was an indication that it's strong, so it wiped out the red in that case. So this will confirm if it latches back to the line, it's a wipeout. If it fails, then it's a preemptive. And then that's basically green trying too hard, didn't quite do it. So if this doesn't get hit by red as soon as it touches the line, then we should go right up that line. And I can just shift the line over 1 minute. We'll see. So it looks good. Yeah, looks good. I may not even need to shift the line. I'll shift it for now, since we saw some red. Oh yeah, remember that? Remember that, Tom? When it was Wildfire Central? Oh my god. Even Ontario, we were getting all the fucking wildfire smoke. You could see it from space. Like, it was bad. It blew like halfway across the country. Yeah. Geez, and every post on Facebook were firefighters trying to preempt the fire line. We lost a lot of forest in British Columbia. I think at one time there was like 107 active fires. It's like, man. They were just flying nonstop water bombers. I wonder what it's like for the wildlife to get water bombed. I wonder if it kills them. The force of that much water probably kills the wildlife. Although they'd be in the middle of a fire, so they're probably not doing so well to start. Well, so we gap down. So that's not a good sign. So we tried to latch on the line and we basically flew off of it very quickly. So now we're on the back pedal. Red can take over. So it's still kind of 50-50. The volume is so low right now, though. Jeez. I had a similar experience, Chris. I left Canada in -40 ice storm, landed in Australia 18, 20 something hours later. And it was positive 52 Celsius. And the thing is, I walked off that airplane and I was like, huh, not bad. It's hot, but not bad. I thought this would be horrible. Every single Australian was fucking dying because they're used to like a 5-degree difference where I landed. And so this is like a 30-degree difference. And I'm like, my bones were still frozen from Canada. And after about 2 days of it, it started to sink in. But initially I was like, huh, because I was so frozen. I was like, it took a while for my bones to warm up. And I was like, everyone thought I was like some type of demigod because I was like wearing a jacket and I wasn't sweating to death. And they were all wearing shorts and tank tops and they were just like dying. And I was like, what the hell? I mean, it's hot, but come on. Oh, I remember that. That was great. But yeah, as soon as that airplane door opened, holy frig. Like your eyebrows just caught fire. You're like, geez, 50 is nuts. I do not recommend 50 Celsius. That is not good temperature. Oh, my shoes were melting to the pavement. That was crazy. Yeah. And their UV, they have the ozone layer problem. So it's 52 with death ray. Like you wear sunscreen and you feel like 10 degrees cooler because the UV is so friggin' strong. Because there's a giant hole to the sun, basically. It was like that was 2018, I think. So the ozone's a little better now, but geez. I'll remember that until I die. But I was really surprised. Like when I heard that it's like, oh, it's a balmy 52 outside and everyone's freaking out. I'm like, oh, man, I haven't lived in a 52. And then I got out and I'm like, 10 degrees? Ain't that bad. It's just a hotter 40, which is insane to start with. Yeah. Yeah. I could see it. Yeah, it was something. Yeah. So it's possible it shifted. I know at the time Australia had 3 layers or 3 numbers higher on the ozone or the UV chart. They went up to 15, and I think the rest of the world goes up to 12. But geez, like a 15 day when it's like ultra dangerous, you burn within seconds, like physical burning within seconds. It's like, what? And I didn't know what they meant, but you stick your arm out into the sun and it's instant pain. You put sunscreen on and then it's not burning anymore. Like it's still warm. The sun is warm, but it's not, the burning is gone. And it's like, it's It's like, oh my Lord. Yeah, I wore like 60 plus sunscreen 3 times a day. I reapply every hour and a half to 2 hours. And it's like, oh my God, it was something else. They have so I was up in the Cookstown, upper northeast of Australia, northeast, west. Yeah. Northeast of Australia. And people dodge the sun. Like they run from shadow to shadow or at least jog. And I'm like, what? But their whole society is based off of death rays coming from the sky. And it's like, oh, I get it now, you know? And I get why, because you have to wear like kick-ass sunscreen all the time. Everyone has skin cancer, you know, or holes where they've dug out the skin cancer. It makes a hell of a lot of sense. But yeah, it's nasty sun rays there. It's killer. Yeah. Yeah, so you're getting the same effect, Zeus, and you're going to have skin cancer rates through the roof. Wear your sunscreens. Yeah, well, sunscreen is great. Like, you know, everyone's running around freaking out, and I got like 6 layers of sunscreen on. You just keep applying it. It's just zinc. So you just cover yourself until you're pasty white in sunscreen. But then you're like, awesome. You know, I'm immune. But I had to wear long pants a lot too. As much as I wanted to wear shorts, it's like the reflections off the sand and the ground. My survival instincts were like, nope, you wear pantaloons. You know, I need my arms to be open just so I can like cool down, because I never wear anything other than a t-shirt. So my body doesn't work well if I don't have like my arms exposed. But I had to suck up the legs had to be covered up, because yeah, all the sand and all the reflections, I would have burned my legs even with sunscreen. Yeah, so, and it's easy to reapply your arms and your head. The rest of your body's covered, so don't worry about it. Yeah. 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 Pretty much backstop. Or I look like a bad impression of someone doing whiteface. But what you do is you get good sunscreen that's slightly pink toned, and you get it with good moisturizers. So you're basically just slathering on a concealer, and you end up just actually looking better because it smooths out your skin. So you look like almost a plastic Barbie doll. Because you're like, oh, wow, your skin looks so good. I moisturize 3 times a day. Yeah, it was good. It was a interesting experience. And it turns out jungles are just the same as forests in North America. I thought jungles would be so much more dense, but it turns out they can't be because the canopy is so thick, it kills the trees underneath. So I'm like, that makes sense. Exactly like a forest. And I'm like, yeah. So video games and movies make jungles like impenetrable, and they're super thick and shit everywhere. And it's like, yeah, but if the canopy is ultra thick, that ain't happening. And it's like, Yeah, that was quite a surprise. I expected like hardcore vines and plants everywhere, like Amazon style. And it's like, no, it's actually pretty not thick. At least not as more thick than a Canadian forest. And I was like, oh, this is easy as fuck to go through. And then the Australians are all like, you know, triaging and getting through and blazing a path. And I'm like, lean, bend, go under. I'm like, oh, this is like home. Except it's a lot warmer. The plants look a lot nicer. And there's deadly fucking spiders everywhere. And jellyfish that want to kill you as well. Everywhere. Oh, and snakes. Lots of snakes. So in Canada, there's far less trying to kill you. Yeah. But yeah, it was pretty good. I was quite surprised. But that's why I wanted to go. I wanted to see a different perspective. And I got it. It was good. Yeah. So we're just bouncing off the line. Too early to tell. So this run up didn't happen. And then this run up didn't happen. So we're going to see if this run up will happen. So we are floundering a bit. We created a W, and there's a little bit of a roll. So I'll just drag this line out. But so far it doesn't look good that we will attach ourselves to that line. So this one was actually steeper. So I'll put that one here and this one here. So those are our two kind of exit angles if we're going to exit. If not, we're just going to follow this line. At Zeus's height, he has difficulty boiling water, and he will get oxygen sickness when he comes down to the lower levels. He lives in a low grav environment or a reduced atmospheric pressure environment. Gravity's still the same. Atmospheric pressure is not. All right. So if this doesn't bounce, I'll bail. Yeah. Well, it depends if you're going from one or the other. Altitude sickness is generally when you go up, but if you're used to a higher altitude, you'll get oxygen toxicity when you come down because you're used to breathing reduced oxygen and you end up breathing more oxygen. It's common with people in Nepal, the Sherpas. They spend too much time down. They end up getting giddy and like psychotic and stupid because they're over oxygenating their body that's used to reduced oxygen. Anyways, that's what I was getting at. You're just hardcore. Yeah. Or you're just not high enough. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how high Nepal is. But yeah, that's a problem they got going on there. Well, you obviously are not living in an oxygen deprived environment, I guess, or you'd have a bigger issue going to sea level. I don't know the height where oxygen gets thin. Oh, interesting. Now I wonder if sea level is actually sea level though. Yeah, it's going up's the problem. Yeah, it's the same thing with going deep underwater. Going down is not really the problem. It's the coming back. You're losing oxygen, or in the case of going down, you got too much oxygen or nitrogen really in your system. Yeah. Get the bends. 930 feet. Yeah, when does oxygen deprivation start? Because I know like Colorado, they have it takes longer to boil water, so people have to adjust their cooking times. Yeah, you should live longer at higher altitudes. Less oxygen destruction, right? Yeah, that's the adaptation. No, nothing in Canada is high. The Rocky Mountains are higher than Calgary. Isn't Banff higher up? Calgary's just on an old glacier plateau. Yeah. Yeah, that's a form of blood doping kind of deal. Yeah. Yeah. You can also train by restricting your oxygen flow with a mask. And then when you take it off you go. And that's the way to do it. Yeah. Really? Oh man. My geography's getting rusty. It's the highest city in Canada. Higher than Banff. Damn. I know what Barry's doing right now. Na 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 na. It's the D-O double 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 G. Man, do it. Whatever it takes to win. I know runners, you make sure if you eat a whole bunch of pasta the day before, so your body's full of sugar because you're going to need it for the run. Ottawa is 218 meters off sea level. Yeah, you got a carb load for sure. Try running on muscles that have no sugar in them. Fuck. That's a pain in the ass. You start eating your muscles as you run, as you shred them. Good way to build bigger muscles. but not so good when you're trying to win. Okay, let's see if we get our bounce. No bounce, and I have to bail. Okay, basic bounce. Okay. Stalling, pushed, pushing. So I'm watching this chart right now, looking for the first sign of weakness. Still pushing. Ooh, the volume's ranking up a little. So you can see the volume pushed up with upwards motion. Might be going into a run. So now if it gets below this, I get out. Because that's established the down. So this guy here. Still pushing. Come on, give us a run up. What time is it? 12:05. Okay, yeah, we could do one last hurrah. All right, I'm out. So now it's trending the bottom. So fuck it. I'm going to play it safe. Even though it did a nice recovery after I got out. But it's testing new lows, so I'll let it solidify. Though it is doing a nice run. Yeah. I'm going to sit this one out, though. Okay. Live from Mongolia. Who's in Mongolia? Thought you were in the States, Rick. Why are you in Mongolia? Also, thanks, Shane. Yeah, it may not be hype, but we're just rolling this boat the way it rolls. Zeus isn't in Mongolia. He's in Ecuador. Yeah, Shitty Walk. I love Shitty Walk. They got shitty chicken, shitty beef. And technically, Zeus is in Mount Olympus, so he's really not even close to Mongolia. He's in Turkey, Greece, or Ecuador. Ahoy, Holly. Welcome back from your vacation. Which I was wondering why I suddenly saw so many photos of you on Facebook. But it was because you're on vacation. So Facebook's like, haha, take a look. You silly Canadian trapped indoors. Yep, it's the Mongolians. The Mongolians always try to break our shitty airlines. Every time, every time a Chinaman tries to make a goddamn wall, the Mongolians come. And they're like the most poorly animated. So good. Oh, do I want a friend request from Zeus? All right, let me take a look. Zeus is just suckering up to me for a green card. I know how it is. Are you Martin LT something? Well, judging how it looks like you're standing on a cliff, that's probably you. All right. There you go. Oh, yeah, I should have just looked at your first public post in March. Chimborazo. Okay, well, I wonder who's talking about that. Well, green card's an American thing. But I don't know what the color of Canadians' PR card is. Red? White? Paper? How do you rename Canadian? What? Can't rename Canada. I mean, if you were to rename Canada, Canada means village in some native language. So what are you going to call it? Like Hoboville? What's the native word for frozen wasteland? Ah, you mean Shatuk or Shitbrook. Is that native? Not really. It's just frozen wasteland. We just call it Timbuktu. Shit kaboo. There we go. Trying to merge Timbuktu and shit together. It means no one wants to live here. You're a stupid white person. Accurate. Accurate. I'll take it. British Canada. But Canada's not British Canada. We could name it Columbia. Columbia's accurate. But America kind of stole the whole Columbia idea. Oh, so Tom figured out what this, what's Tom posting here? Actually, that's what we should name Canada. Greater Britain. That's awesome. No, do you mean Greater Britain? Yes, that's us. Step aside, Little Britain. No. That would be hilarious. I'd put that down. I'll take it. Greater Britain. Greater France. Yeah, sorry, Little France. Leave it to the big boys. That is awesome. Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, there's Great Britain and Greater Britain. Then I guess what could we do for the United Kingdom? Dysfunctional kingdom? Yeah. Or just kingdom? Can't really say we're united. Oh, I forgot I was out of the market here. I was supposed to buy back in here. Let's see it come down before I buy back in, I guess. I've been to the States, yes, but not much. Whoa, nice push. Wow, yeah, look at the volume on the chart here. It just shrunk to nothing. Definitely a volume uptick. I've been to Chicago's airport, Seattle's airport, downtown Boston for 6 hours, New York City for 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, and or Manhattan Island for 2 weeks, really, and where else did I go? Syracuse for like 2 hours, Waterloo Outlet Mall for half a day, 3 times, and anywhere else? Nope, that's it. I was going to go to LA, but that was just before the pandemic hit. And now my health is fooked, so I'm not going anywhere. But I got some people in LA, so I'm like, oh, I might as well visit LA while I know people there. No Texas. I spend most of my time in Southeast Asia because it's cheap. It costs more money to fly across Canada than it does to spend a month in Southeast Asia. Just the flight is like $500 just to get out of the friggin' country. It's like piece of crap. So what you do is you fly to the States and then you fly from the States out and it's like $200. So there's no point traveling in Canada. just getting somewhere is more expensive than an entire month in another country. So it's like, fuck that. Airfares are so expensive. All right. So for those that are looking for a buy-in point, we're going to see the retraction off of this. So that was a good push, but we want to see if it solidifies. And if it solidifies, then we can try for green up here. That was an unexpected boost of volume, but it could be easily wiped out, partly just because if it doesn't have any support. So the volume kind of says that they're committed, but we've passed some time, right? So if the red is going to be gradual and there's no new green, then the red will ramp up and wreck this because it's too much too quick. Even though there is a commitment with the volume, there's no follow-up, so it doesn't lock it in. So same thing here. Ramped up with volume, but then see the volume just teetered off, and then red took over and destroyed it. Here, same thing. So it's going along, ramps up volume, but there's no commitment. It teeters. Red takes over. But then there's no commitment on red, so it teeters, goes flat, and then green takes over. But the commitment's not there on the green. See, there's no change in volume. So here we go, wish-washy back and forth for, half an hour. And then there's a little bit of commitment that gets us some height, but it's not enough, right? So right here, we're not getting the volume. So we're going to go sideways and potentially get the volume, or we're going to go sideways and go down, or we're going to go down and then accelerate down. Then that's 2 for down and 1 for up. So slightly risky. But I'll set up my buy order, get it ready. Let's see if I have enough money for that. Yep, excellent. Na. It's the D-O double G. Woo woo. Well, that's good. Yeah, it will fix itself soon enough, Freedom. Unfortunately, my health stops me from even leaving the house, so. I thought you were on vacation. Oh, Barry's not on vacation. It's Rick's on vacation. All right, well, have fun, Barry. Yeah, I want to be in for 1 o'clock, though, because they're going to do a push at 1 and 2 like they normally do. So this is good sign. Volume's ramped up. You can see it on the seconds chart. Might be worth getting in. Give me a red. Oh, whoops. I accidentally clicked. Oh, well, I'm in now. God damn it. I keep thinking that's the preview order screen. Oh, well, whatever. I got to get in at some point. So I just got in again. I think there's going to be a little red. Yeah, there it is. Then we'll have our green. So that's a power shape, but it is on the line of this. Essentially, this is a channel or trending. I can draw that for you here. So here, here, here. So if we do this and we do that, so that's the channel we're in. And actually, if I shift it back even more, then that's even more accurate. So there's the channel we're in. So I just use these lines as just a field reference, but that's essentially what I'm drawing every time I put a line in. So there's the general trend line, which is the middle, the basic expected deviance, and then the push out is the blues. So when it's in the blue, you expect it to come back into the green. When it's in the green, you don't really concern yourself. If it breaks the blue, it's going to go for a run. And that's kind of like the gravitational pull I keep talking about when there's a line. So when there's a line, actually, I might as well explain that. So if we do this and we do that. So when there's a line, you essentially have a flat version of one of these. So it's like that. So there's a gravitational pull, which is basically this green. So when it's within the green, it gets pulled to the red line. When it's in the blue, it basically gets repelled away to the blue, or it stays on the edge here. And so as long as it stays within this, it's most likely going to stay in the line. And see, you see it coming back to the line. And then when it gets outside, it has a chance to free itself, but it tends to get stuck as well within this channel as well. So anyways, yeah, so that's whenever there's a line, you can visualize something like that. And even though this is adjusting for down and up, technically on a chart, up is elongated and down is compressed, because as you go down, you need less numbers to create a percentage change. And as you go up, so 10 to 5 is a 50% reduction, but 10 to 15 is not a doubling, right? 20 is a doubling. So you need 10 to move up, where, sorry, yeah, a 50% reduction is a half. So you've gone down by half. 5, yeah. Oh, it's the other way around, sorry. So as you go down by half, but if you go up by 5, from 5 to 10, you've doubled. Right, there you go. That's what I was trying to explain. So you get distortion on the way up and compression on the way down on the chart. Anyways, so just keep that in mind when you look at a chart. The lines, when you're going over long periods, they'll get compressed going down. Yeah, because it takes less money to make a price motion. When you go up, it takes more money. Right. Anyways, just wanted to get that out. A little piece of technicalities. So if we attach to this line and we don't wiggle waggle over it, then our next one should be this. If we wiggle waggle, we're going to go here and then potentially like that. And then I was hoping this would be the breakout, but unfortunately it was not. But if you don't play, you can't win. So is that exactly the steepness? Yeah, I did think it was a little too steep. There we go. A little better. Let's say we're something like that. So next one should be green. Pull this up, and then hopefully we get our breakout soon, or I shouldn't say breakout, course correction soon. Well, you're not at risk of falling until we get below 53. I think we still have some lift. Negativity should sink in after 12, but we're still in an up channel. So until this up channel finishes, I wouldn't be hesitant, or I wouldn't be trying to look for an exit, at least not yet. Yeah. Usually your high point for the day is 12, which would have made something like this. But the fact that they floored it here, I think we can still ride this a little bit before we come down to 53. So Oh, yeah, that song. Na 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 na. It's been stuck in my head for years. It's the stock AMC. It's my general victory song. That and X is going to give it to you. That song was played as a win condition on one of my old video games, Operation Flashpoint. So when you play Capture the Flag and you end up winning it, you get X is going to give it to you. And that is burned into my head as a result. Because first we're going to rock, and then we're going to roll. Yeah. X gone, done, give it to most people. Yeah, the other song that's been floating in my head for forever is the one that no one's guessed yet. But the what the hell is the Over the Hills and Far Away is the name of it. Yeah, and that's the theme song to the miniseries Sharp, which is a colonial novel made into a British series. But that damn song they sing all the time get fucking burned into my head. Yeah. The only show that didn't kill Sean Bean. So we're looking at a possible crown shape here. About as crowny as it can get. So hopefully it breaks from it. Else she's gonna sink. So if this gets up to here, then we've broken the crown. We don't have to worry about it. Then it'll possibly do a W. If this fails and ends up being red, then abandon hope, all ye who enter. Yeah. Yeah, see, it's keeping the same stupid pattern. So this is the decision point. Are we going up or are we going down? Well, it's not a big red. We might just stave this off. It's only a few cent difference here. 5 cents. Oh, shit, son. Give us a little bit of green and lock it in. That's like off the screen red. No. Yeah. It's the A10 stock killer. Bert. Your profits. Bert. Yeah, it can't hurt to get some lemons in there. There. Good. Very famous would be Rush and the dude that just died. I don't know who he is. Robin Sparkles. Nice, Tom. Robin Sparkles. Let's all go to the mall. It's amazing how many actors are Canadian. And I find it hilarious that if you watch Stargate Atlantis, they have most of the actors are Canadian playing Americans, and the only Canadian in the show was American. And it was like, Jesus. It's like, oh my God. It was great. I'm sure the writers were like, let's do it. Let's just fuck with it. So this looks like it might be going down. Unless we get a push. Give us a push. Yeah. The main lady is from Calgary. And the the guy that ends up being Aquaman eventually, I believe. I think that's him. He's not Canadian. I think the girl is from the States. The other girl, the Canadian, is from the States. And then most of the other staff is Canadian. And what was the other one that was very similar to that? Well, Star Trek, half the cast is Canadian. What else? There's another super famous one that caught me off guard. Good push. Good. Oh, Battlestar Galactica. The lady in red is Canadian. Yeah. I would have pegged her as American, but apparently that hotness comes from Canada. Right from Calgary. Yeah. On the note of Michael Bublé, hilarious that they came out with a drink called Bubbly and people mispronounced his name. And then they ended up just using him as a spokesperson. I was like, this works. Wow. Holly's playing the immigration card right there. Latch on to that rich white guy. You got it. Yeah, exactly. Go find yourself a wealthy lady. That's my goal. I'm gonna make it big on the stock market and find myself a self-made lady. We'll hire all those GME folks that are all broke. Can you cut my movie theater lawn? Oh, GME peasant. Ah, get out there and trade my options. Yeah, wealthy between $90 to $100. Yeah, yeah. That's pretty much that's where I'm setting my standards. Yeah, cemeteries pay out pretty good. I'm thinking of setting up um, a wedding destination in my parents' backyards. Yard. They got a bunch of woodland, and some of it's very idyllic. And if I just set up like a half rustic chapel back there, you could make a killing. I wouldn't even need to charge much. Just, basic. Throw the tents on the lawn. Boom. Insta wedding. We'll even toss in a couple of dogs and coyotes at night. Everyone wins. Yeah. There's Zeus putting the silencer on his gun. People die every day. Sometimes we just got to help them along. Hello, welcome to Zeus Funeral Parlor. A bread and breakfast seems good. Yeah, I was saying that to my parents. It's like, they're in a nice rural, idyllic place. Idyllic. I don't use this word a lot. Idyllic place. And it's like, you could easily just do a real cheapo bread and breakfast. You meet new people. You set them up in a little cabin. It doesn't cost you much. It keeps you busy because they're all retired. And it's like, it works out. They're just not really big people persons where, what's the worst a person can do? Burn your thing down? That's really the worst they can do. And that's why you have insurance. So, there you go. It's not hard. Oh, I guess they could be like crazy and try to like kill you. But I mean, odds of that is ultra low, but but they're not very big people persons. So they haven't done anything like that. But I'm like, if I start building it, over a course of a couple of years, just go out there, have some fun, build a half-ass log cabin, basically. And that's, open, make it very rustic, and boom. And then if I happen to maybe use it for my wedding, whenever that happens, boom, save some money. Everyone wins. You're building a gravesite on the top of a friggin' mountain? How do you even get permission for it? I'll play some Ghost Recon Wildlands, and that's pretty much what I envision Ecuador to be like. Basically Bolivia, but higher up. How do you get permission to do a mountain cemetery? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I'm like, yeah, you got some of them that date back to 1990 there. You're selling. You may have not won the Mile High Club in life, but you can die in the Mile High Club. No, you lived low but die high. Oh, damn. Well, that's grim. Nice. Well, that's one way to be famous. I'll just stick to trading my stocks where the worst is an empty bank account. Because that doesn't kill you. Only subsequently weakens you for the next thing. All right. Prep the sell wagon. We can't get that height. Still, I never thought about running a cemetery. That'd be pretty cool. Wonder how what the process is to set up a cemetery. Yeah, but in Everest you can't bury the bodies. The ground's friggin' frozen. And 2, you're fucking dying from lack of oxygen. It's like the energy that's required to do it. It's like, fuck these people. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's an interesting point, though, is that they use them as landmarks now. Let's take a look at this. So this is a petty stock with sub-billion market cap. And it's gotten some serious volume. What's its turnaround, though? 40%? Yeah. So you got 40% over one day. If it doesn't turn around, then yeah, you could be looking at getting a squeeze going. Now, the question is this its all-time high? Oh, no, not even. Oh, wow, yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, that is very good squeeze potential. Ooh, that's tempting. I would probably get in on this, but why did it fucking tank? Oh, man, that's got a 90% upside. So that's what? If you go back up, that's 17 times your money. Or no, it's 12. 12 times your money. Ooh, tempting. That would be a nice long-term gamble. Yeah, and it's just picking up, too. I wonder what the change around is. Ooh, tempting. Yeah, definitely interesting. Like, it's dead in the water, and all of a sudden, boom, a volume increase, right? We missed the first 40%, right? But these are the early people buying in. So it's like, you know what? And then worst case, it goes from 3 down to 2. So it's a 20% drop. It's 38. Oh yeah, right. 40% up, 38% down. So you're looking at a 30% retraction, but the potential is 12 times your money-ish. And you could always bail out at 283. You know what? That's not too bad. Not too bad, actually. Now, the volume's kind of dwindled out, so it's probably hit its high, but I don't know what's in a pipe for it. Oh, this is cryptocurrency. What do they do? Technology services. So it's just been undisclosed. It's been liquefying itself, selling 100 million of common stock just diluting itself. All it's doing is diluting itself. Transitioning. People step down. People are leaving. Huge losses. Are they even turning a profit? A little bit. Well, they're starting to shape up. So they were sinking and now they're pulling out of their ass. Maybe. It's still a total shit company, but if it becomes less shit, you could make money. No, it's not crypto, it's stock. The company does crypto. It's stock. Yeah, you're buying the company, not the product. Yeah, I'll go look at the 3-month for you. So here's the 3-month, right? So, they're in the shithole and then they're skyrocketing up. But if we go out even further, right? Let's say the 5-year, right? Like, look at where it was, right? And the hype in 2017. So it's still pretty high. But if we zoom in, it's not even close to being, $6 where it was just in January, right? So the upside is quite good. And it's prone to pumps and dumps, see? And that's probably relating to earnings. It might not be a bad just sit on it, I kind of like it. Just as a gamble. At the very least, I'd get in at 329. But if you're willing to dodge, dabble with Dodge or crypto, which is completely garbage, at least this is a company. And the company is getting better. I'm looking at the earnings. They were sucking, and they're starting to suck less. That's not bad, actually. It's a good call. Up 20% today. Man, if we would have just found out about this a day ago, we would have made how much? Yeah, well over 27%. Nice. Now, it did crash down from 3.4. So it could still come down. Something we should keep an eye on, though. Let's put this in the watch list. Where are we here? I like this. I don't generally see stocks that are good often. That might be worth a closer look later. Or maybe I'll buy in just before for Monday. Maybe. They started improving 2 quarters ago. Oh, wait, wrong company. So they've been declining, and they just started to recover first quarter, second quarter, which hasn't been released. But yeah, they've been basically shitting the bed. But if you look at the estimates are lifting. So I guess we'll find out in the second quarter if they're bombing. If you look at their yearly, their net income has been reducing, but their net income was negative. So it's coming back to neutral. But their overall revenue is also going down, but at least they're coming up their profit margins coming up. It looks decent all around. Nokia is Nokia. It's a long-term play. If you think Nokia is going to do anything in the future, then they're worth buying. But I don't know. To me, Nokia is kind of meh. It's like BlackBerry. It's a dying company that just doesn't die because it's found other reasons to live. Yeah. Yeah. All right, I'll take a greater look at it. I was just using TradingView here. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Where BlackBerry's now a cybersecurity company. So have fun, Holly. Enjoy. I guess you're back from vacation. Yeah. Are you expecting better or worse, Cedra, for Nokia and BlackBerry? Oh, yeah. Earnings is going up, but they're, as I was reading the news, they were just basically nonstop selling shares, which isn't good. It's basically the worst thing you can do. Okay. Okay. Neat. I'm going to quickly use the washroom, grab something to eat. I am the hungers. So this is the 1 o'clock push, if we hopefully get it.
All right. Yeah, I think you're right with Nokia. Um, I don't know enough about it to comment, but they're not going to just roll over, right? So any company that's worth its salt is going to be figuring out a way to make money, right? So that's your value investing. As long as the company's able to scrap in a fight, then you buy in at any time and you know that they're going to get money in the future, right? And that's your value play. That's what we're doing with AMC. Pandemic's not over, you know. It's in its final weeks or days, hopefully. So we're buying into a company anticipating the future, which is a COVID-free world and hopefully not another fucking pandemic. Oh man. Please don't have some gamma variant. Oh, this one comes from the hybrid between herpes and COVID. You're like, oh, my share price. If there's a link, we can't see it. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty much what this place is, Drew. It's just a support clubhouse. Only the finest apage here. We eat our crayons with knives and forks here. No chimps. They can all go watch shittier YouTubes. So we're trending the bottom channel. But we're not completely screwed yet. So we'll make another attempt for the red line. And then we'll see if we're going to fizzle out. We're getting kind of late in the day, so I'm getting kind of leery. We didn't get a 1 o'clock push, but we did get the preempting. So 3 minutes before, people did try to buy in. So we may be done. We'll see. But hopefully we make an attempt for that red line. It'd be hard for us to make new highs, but I've seen weirder shit. Oh, balls. I'm out. Yeah, it's getting too low for me. So green pushed back, but green didn't push at all back. So this is going to go right down full red. And out we go. Not unless there's a sudden volume spike. Well, you'll see on Monday. I don't think you're going to see the bump in the pre-market. Most of the motion's going to be done during the day, so you can always just wait till Monday. So you can gamble that it will gap up on Monday, which means you'd buy the low of today, or you can just wait to Monday, see how the news reacts, and then get in with everyone else, which is a lot safer. But I'm guessing if today is pretty garbage, which it already shaping up to be, I'm thinking Monday will be less garbage. I don't know how much, but it's got to be better than today because you'll have good news, right? So I don't know if it's going to go running to the clouds, but you know, just by sheer mathematics, we should be better. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I can't predict the future. Nobody can. But yeah, because I can't see it flopping. The reviews are good. So all that's going to happen is they're going to report their weekend box office and they'll be like, oh my God, we made so much fucking money. Woot, 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 woot. And actually, if you're really smart, you could buy stocks in Universal. They'll probably get a bump because they're getting all that money, right? It's probably already priced in. Actually, let's take a look. Is this them? No, tobacco. Who owns Universal now? Is this, I think it's Time Warner? No. Let me quickly Google that. Oh, it is Universal Corporation. Why is it listed as tobacco? Tobacco. The hell? Okay. So this is apparently Universal Studios. I don't think it is. It doesn't look right. Comcast owns Universal Studios. NBC, Universal, Comcast. Okay. Comcast. Okay. Okay, so no pricing in on that. Let's look at the 1 month. Wow, they get really fucking volatile. Look at the buy-in spikes here. Up, up, down, up. They must be doing some type of robotic buying. Look at that. That's crazy. Is it the same time each day? 4, 10, 9, 4, 5, 10, 9. Okay, it's weird. So, woo, nice earnings. Whew, 2 nice earnings in a row. Are they riding high, all-time high? Yep. Holy fuck, Comcast. You went from garbage $1 stock, sub whatever, because I mean it's been diluted, so it probably was $10 back in the day, but now it's $1. Let's put adjusted for dividends in here. 22 cents. Holy Christ. And now it's riding at 57. Jeez. So they leveled out since 2016. They kind of leveled out. And then they hit the gas pedal in 2019. That is nuts. And they're on track. Look at that line. Since April of last year. 78%. Still not as good as AMC, but that's a pretty fucking straight line. That shows commitment. Still not as elite as us. Look at that line. Bitch. Okay. I did get out, so that's good. Yeah. So I don't know if how much Universal Studios is tied to Comcast's income, but I'm sure it's in there somewhere. So since it's on a tear, there's no way we can figure out if Fast and the Furious is priced in, because Comcast is more than just one movie. If it was Universal Studios, we could probably see it priced in, because they only release maybe 10, 12 movies a year. And so that's their like primary source of income. And then they have hereditary rights, selling it to Netflix or whatever, right? Leasing and licensing is the word I wanted. But that would all be priced in, right? So every time they make a successful movie, that's 20 years of reselling you price in. So as long as you think that company's going to be around, or even if you don't, as long as you think it's going to be valuable for 20 years, you price that in. But for us, we're the peddlers of that smut. So if we don't have movies, we can't peddle. And if we can't peddle, we can't make money. So it definitely impacts us. Every time they make a winner, sure, they're going to make the money in the long term, but we make the money in the short term. So we're getting there, though. Getting there. Do. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely, Larry. And then that's really also the power play for AMC, right? If AMC is in the dirt and now they have, well, he even said that on the last earnings call, on the one before it, you essentially got all these new car models backed up at the car dealerships, or sorry, we're the dealership, at the car factory. So instead of peddling these new cars slowly over the years, you got a whole whack load. So as long as they don't dump them all at once, which they won't because they want to make the most money, you're guaranteed a good solid 6 months of winners because they've all been backed up.
versus, okay, we might get 2 winners this year. We got a year and a half worth of backlog. So, and like if Godzilla and King Kong made money, let alone winners, right? So yeah, pent up demand, pent up good movies. So it really can only mean up for this share price, basically. Now, I don't think it justifies a $54 share price. AMC is not a $34 billion company. It's a $3 or $4 billion company. But, well, actually, that's probably not true, but it's far less than a $34 billion company, or whatever the hell our evaluation is at this point. We're at 27 billion now. Last time I checked, we were at 34. So we're getting a little bit closer to reality. But yeah, it's definitely upside for us is great. And the movie theaters as well, they're all hurting. They paid up front. Sorry, not movie theaters, movie studios. They paid up front for all those movies, right? So that cost them out the ass, and all the special handling, all the special delays, and you can only have 5 people on the set at any given time. All of that incurred crazy costs. And now they got to try to recoup that. And so as each of these movies come out and they're successful, then they're going to rebound like crazy as well. I think Warner Brothers is owned by Time Warner, hence why it's Time Warner. And they would be doing great as well. They got a couple of big ones coming out. And the Snyder cut of, what the hell is that called? Justice League did better than the original, if I recall correctly. So they basically sold something that did well, and then they resold the same thing, and it did better. So that's like a cash cow if there ever is one, because you didn't have to remake a second movie. You just resold the same thing, and it did better. So they've got to be rolling in dubs. Luckily, that paid out for them. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm surprised James Bond didn't get leaked. I mean, the movie's done. It's just sitting on the shelf. But they must be guarding that thing like, Fort Knox. Same thing with Top Gun. It's been filmed, done and dusted. Now, who gets Top Gun is Paramount's property, and Paramount is now owned by NBC. And Paramount is NBC Universal? No. Because Paramount stuff is all on Netflix, so it has to be somebody else. But yeah, I had to look this up the other day because I was like, because we were talking about movies, I needed to figure out who owns who now. Maybe Paramount is NBC. You can tell when somebody owns somebody because the late night comedians can start talking about things because they own the rights to them. So they can make references to their properties, basically. Yeah. Oh, it's Viacom, CBS. Yep. Yeah, CBS, not NBC. Because I noticed the late night hosts that are CBS's, they started talking about it. And I was like, Yeah. Because NBC is Seth Meyers, I believe. And I don't know who CBS's late night is. James Corden? Maybe? But yeah, it's
It's interesting. The media world is interesting. It's all a weird game. And because you own all these properties, right? You don't care if you sell off your corporation because the name doesn't really matter. It's your properties that matter. So you're trying to secure more and more properties. Yeah. It used to be you were trying to secure stars, but now stars are a dime a dozen. Like actors are easy to find, and it's, they're putting less and less star power on the screen because, yeah, it sells movies, but it's not as critical as it was back in the day. Now people are a little bit more leery. It's like, well, you made a movie with Tom Cruise, but fine. I need that movie to still not suck, right? So, yeah. What, AMC? There, Larry? AMC's in quite the hole. Definitely. Their biggest problem is they just got an ass load of debt. Yeah. But now, as far as I know, pretty much all the debt has been refinanced. So they've shed basically all the debt they could. And now they just have to run out the clock on the long-term obligations. Because a lot of these contracts you can't close early, right? Or you can, but you got to pay a penalty, a big one. So then what's the point? You just leave the debt in the corner, make your monthly payments. It's there if you need it, but if you don't, then don't use it. Yeah. Kind of like a house mortgage. A lot of them won't let you pay off early because they want their monthly income. Yeah, exactly. And Marshall's points to follow up. And on top of that, they have like a $2 billion war chest now. It was $1 billion something, and they just sold off another $500,000 worth of shares. So it's like, Jesus, they're hand over fist. Yeah. Jeez. Imagine they managed to liquefy 500,000 shares like they originally wanted to. Sorry, 500 million shares like they originally wanted to. Because, yeah, it's 500 million they wanted to do. And they did that at like $70. Oh, my God. AMC could just close up shop. Yeah, we forgot about the films. We're not doing films anymore. We're in the money-making business now. Like, they could just run at a loss for like, I don't know, 15 years. No, 70 years. Yeah, because they lose about $1 billion a year. They have 70 years of runway if they did that. Like, or no, half. It'd be half. So they have 45 years of runway. Like, shit. 35. 35, yeah. It would just be nuts. Oh, yeah, so we're not even going to care anymore. We don't even care if our stores are open. Like, oh my God. That'd be nuts. But it just goes to show you how silly, the finance world can be. It doesn't matter. As long as people are willing to give you money, it's like you can just do whatever. That's why all these TikTokers are just off doing dumb shit because they don't care. They're making money regardless. Yeah. What a world. What a time to be alive, eh? Oh, it's been rolling for a bit there, Mr. Imbalanced Ronies. She rolled since 54.80. I got out just as it passed that blue line because I'm like, nah. Because it runs the risk of finishing the crown shape, which it kind of completed right here. So it kind of staved off the crown shape. But once we got that large red right here, I'm like, ah, fuck it. She's going to break down. And I didn't want the risk. So I got in, I think, here. And then I got out here. So I took like a $100 hit or something. But oh, okay. I didn't know. I thought you were following the whole time. Yeah. Now she was treading dangerous water. I was hoping she would go for a push, but once it got under the red line, the red started to get more severe. It's late in the day. Fuck it. This baby's gonna sink a bit. Now I might play. If it tries to bounce off that red line, I might be able to snatch a few dollars here. So we'll see that in the next 30 minutes. It's probably not done falling yet, though. We did hit a support line at 34 and 39. And the next one is probably 20, which we're 6 cents off. 4 cents off. All right, time to get on the comfy couch. Rest this one out. There's the next support line, and we're through it. We'll probably snap back to 54.20. Maybe not. The volume is aggressive. It's slowing down. Yeah, we should snap back. There we go. Yeah, just because that was a support line, you generally can't run full tilt through a support line. But now that we snap back, we can now fall since we had our pullback. Oh, they're trying to go the other way, but on limited volume. So somebody was trying to buy the dip, and they're about to find out they made the wrong choice. Rip your money. Gone. Well, suck it, noob. You gone done and got burnt. Oh well. Now, it's not to say it won't go up ever, so they may have got in at a bad time, but I definitely saw that red retraction coming, like as clear as day. So they definitely bought in at the wrong time. So I don't know if it's going to go up next, but I definitely knew it was going to go down then. Just, you're in the middle of a free fall. That's not where you're going to stop. You got to level out first. And since it was one person buying in, it's not a level out. It's just a single push. So it looks like it might level out, but it's not, because it's just one person's idea. You need consensus. So now it's starting to level out a little bit. But red is still pretty angry.
Oh, green's pushing. They're trying. So now he's got a bit of his money back. But is that all green can muster? Because a push is not a change. So it started to level out here. But yeah, this one here, that guy got burnt hard. He bought in, pushed the needle up, and it just went plop. So that's a good push. It needs to get over this line. But it most likely it should most likely snap down to this line. Yeah. So it should be red soon. If it gets over this line, then it might go for a run. I'll set up my buy order just in case. And it's gone. Yeah, that's exactly it. Just going to put your money in this account and, oh, she's gone. What do you mean? It's gone. It's the way she goes, Bubble. It's the way of the road. It's the way she goes. Yeah, so there you go. That's what I was expecting. It wouldn't be able to get over this line because it doesn't have the energy. So as soon as it hits a point of resistance, which is the top of a nearby candle, this one's not much resistance because it built a floor. So it's easy to launch over that guy. But as soon as it meets real resistance, it's going to go red. And because the sentiment is already red, it's going to pull, right? Like the greens are a fraction of the size of the reds, right? So you can see here, green's in control, red hits hard, green pushes back with moderate but not large. And then red's like, nah, green's out to lunch. Red comes in, green barely mounts a defense off the blue line. Red goes smash, green goes eh, red goes smash, green goes eh. And now we're in that just falling. Green is not even doing much. So eventually we're going to hit this line though. And then it's going to be the inverse. Red's going to meet some resistance. And then green's going to give it its college try. And then we'll see if we're really, or well, I shouldn't say I'm not in right now, but if the stock's really unlucky, it's going to bounce and then rapidly go under. You should get at least one bounce. That's almost guaranteed, unless things are going really bad or your line is fake. But this line's based off of, or I should say wrong, not fake. This line's based off the bottoms of like 3 days ago. So they should be pretty solid, at least for one or two hits. So there we go. Technical analysis for you. Hot and fresh. Served to order. So I'll put, oh, no. Where's that line? Damn it. There we go. So we have to get over this line. Anything less than this line, we just ignore it. If we get over this line, we buy in. Let's do this line properly. There we go. Oh yeah, I forgot about this guy. Pointy arrow. Nice. Now let's use the arrow again. So if we keep this same trend, we'll be following that arrow. If things are aggressive, it'll go back to this white line and we can expect a bounce, which will be either here or here. And the bounce will probably be aggressive. So it'll be like that. Okay. One of those. This brings me back to light refraction. It goes off at the 90-degree angle of incident. So if that's it would go off like that. That's about right. All right. Let's see how this plays out. And then, of course, if it goes over this line, then I'm going to buy into that. Okay, so they cracked over it, but they haven't committed. Nice push. See if it holds. 50-50. It's still 50-50. It's testing new lows. It's back on red. So it's been pulled down. We just haven't seen it gap down. So this got erased again. I'm not seeing any commitment from green. Yeah. So that was its attempt and it failed. So we'll just move this along. So it's still close. It can still try to get out, but it's got to break through this line. Now red's leaning in. This isn't, yeah. This is lagged by about a second or so compared to the ticks. It takes it about a second to realize it's sinking. This is going to get bigger. Yeah. And there we go. We're doing this right. So that goes over here. And this shifts over here. Because we staved off touching the line here. We went for a tiny run. So now we're just shifting over basically how it would play out. Ooh, that's not good. So now it's going, so this is why we draw lines. So if this is the trend line, right, it just went further down and actually it pierced the bottom line here. So a bigger fish basically just, yeah, you can see it on the seconds chart. A bigger fish just said, fuck it, I'm out. And of course the market corrected because that was too much. Excuse me, but that's a warning sign. do. So we're just trucking along here. I was trying to decide if it wants to go down any further, which is why we're seeing indecision over the line. Volume is light. It's not nothing, so we're definitely struggling. Bit of a fight, both sides. Oh, red's pushing. Volume just went right up. Oh yeah, green's countering lightly. No, red is mad. Yeah, you went too long sideways, I guess. And it's stabilizing. Yeah, if green doesn't do anything in the next couple seconds, we're going to keep going down. Yeah, we're drifting down slowly. Someone just bought in. Couple of buy-ins. You can see the kind of the slow drain, and then somebody buys in with like 4,000 shares and tries to push it up, but yeah, not going to happen. Now it'll be interesting to see what happens when we hit 53.88. So we might be bouncing off the 54 psychological. That's what we're probably doing right now. Because people that are less skilled at the stock market would be using whole numbers. Numbers mean something to them. Or realistically, it's all about the support and resistance lines. But you have to shift your thinking because we have a lot of new retail investors. So they're going to try to, like, they're not drawing any charts. They're just looking at the number on their app. And they're like, oh, it's under 54. I scared. It's over 54. Things good. Like, that's the style of thinking. Obviously, they're not that primitive, but it's a good characterization of the depth of what, they're thinking. So the longer they see a number, or if they see the number slowly drift down over time, then it eventually adds to the selling pressure. Or the chance to sell, I should say. The pressure to sell? Yeah, that's valid. Not selling pressure, but the pressure to sell. Yeah. Let's be accurate. All right, so I still don't think we've touched the bottom yet. So that one did not complete. So let's just drag it over till whenever it happens. Get comfy on the couch. Okay, it's thinking. It's looking good on the ticks, which is, for those that are new here, it's the white and red in the middle bottom. So they're slowly drifting up, and the volume's increasing, which is the red on the bottom. But you can see it's not constant volume, it's just spikes. The average volume's actually quite low. Yeah. So red hasn't mounted a defense yet. It's just drifting up with a little bit of steam. It's looking good. Oh, wow. It jumped. Now we should see red react. I didn't realize it went up so fast. There's the red's reaction. Yeah, big chunk of volume here from red. But red was unable to push it down. So that's a good sign that it'd keep going up. Give it another minute. But if it drifts back up to the top here, then it looks like it's going to go running. Right now it's 50-50. They get a little bit more into the red, they're going down. And if they get to the top of this, they'll probably go up. It looks like red's in control. Yeah. That was close. So this is what, the third time we've tried to get through? 1, we made it through. 2. So the next time, we made it through both times. So the next time we should, if this doesn't dip down a lot, the next time we should go for a run and make a few dollars off that. So we'll put this here. Put this here. And move this over. Just playing the channels since 11:40. No, 12:40. 1:40. Jesus. Yeah. But this one's not going down, so this is looking good. We have the potential to level out, hug this line, and then break through. Oh, I might have spoke too soon. I can see the seconds, or the ticks it's showing down. We just gapped down. Yeah, I was a little early on that one. Because, yeah, if we would have stayed here, we would have been in much better shape. We gap down, then we're traveling along this blue line. We'll have a little green, red, or something of the sort. We're going to try. So now that would be first time. There's definitely a bottom here. One, 2, 3, reversal. Okay, so this is basically 59.98, which is basically 54. So if we get through this white line, then we can start challenging the red line. All right. Still no buy. No buy and no. Do. Okay, we made it through the white line. See if green pushes us back. So far, nothing. A little bit. Okay, we got pushed back. Red's now pushing back. Zig in now. Red and green are duking it out. Green's pushing. So this could be the bounce off the white line. Red's leaning in pretty hard. Gonna wipe that green right out. Oh. Green's countering pretty hard too. Oh, it's just flying all over the place now. You can see it on the ticks. Instead of doing like an up, then a down, it's like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. They're fighting it out. think red's going to win this, though. Green tried like 3 times there. It's late in the day on a Friday. It's really not the time for green to be winning. You just keep getting these little bursts from green, and then red bleeds them out, and then a little burst. They can keep bursting, then they'll go up. But it's hard to predict volume like that, since it's inherently random. Yeah, green's not doing anything, so we're going red. Just haven't committed to it. Any day now, stock. Just really doesn't want to go through that 54. There we go. Now we're through it again. We went literally flat. Green is doing nothing. Red is leaning in now. No, it's back and forth red-green fight. It's flying all over the place now. Man, green's not giving up without a fight. Eventually going to have to give up because they're not getting any height. So we're really overdue for a big drop then. Once they give up, it's just going to go thump. Okay, we're now about halfway to the red line. Now we're touching the red line. Bouncing. That was a short bounce. Second bounce. And that's over. Rip. This is going down. If that was your bounce, there's no green savior. This baby's going to sink. All hands. Unless we get a big fish here. Oh, what's this? Is this going to save you, green? Oh, maybe. Someone's throwing a life preserver. Oh shit. Maybe, just maybe, did green just save itself from damnation? I was thinking about it. Now it's hitting the white line. Bounced. Yeah, it's pretty hardcore fighting here. It doesn't seem like a lot, but when you're looking at the low levels, it's definitely a lot of back and forth. Now we're back at the red line. Green's trying to keep us off of it. Green's trying for a push. Volume is medium. Starting to get a little spotty though. Red's leaning in. We're back under the white line. That was their attempt to break through. So now red should be in control again. So now we're bouncing between the white and the red line. Let's try and still doesn't look like it has the energy to get through this white line. We're back over it on the red side now. Green tried so hard, but in the end, it didn't even matter. Oh, we just blew through the red line. Okay, I think that's a little too much. We're going to get pushed back. Yeah, there we go. That was quite the pendulum swing. Someone basically sold... Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Well, there's the pent-up thing I was talking about. That's shit. Well, that's what happens when it's you pent up demand kind of. Eventually she pops. Yeah. So now we are at 53.71. We just did a 30% or 30 cent drop in like a second. And we're probably not done. Yeah, and that's why it gets dangerous when both sides are fighting like that. you're on the clock for red to win. So green has to show upwards motion. And green failed like 5-6 times. It's like, oh, that's too much. So red finally woke up and just said, fuck it. It's getting too late. Now we'll see if green can push us all the way back to red. It's trying. But if this flounders, then we're going to go for a run in the red direction. If this doesn't, it'll try to stabilize us. And then we'll start this whole long process over again. We'll see. So it's got us pretty close to the red line. Okay, we're on the red line now. And so red is probably exhausted from that sell-off. So they're just going to wait. So red's now starting to wake up. So once green shows some weakness, then red should pounce. Basically buying the dip, selling the top. So we should see red now. Green's starting to show weakness. Red should be leaning in any second now. No. That's a little bit of a red. Not a big one. So red did push us back over the red line, which is expected. I expected a little bit more red, though. Completely wrecked that green. Green looks like they're slightly pushing. There's a push from green. Red countered real fast. Ooh, trading speed has definitely picked up. A little bit of ferocity there. Yeah, technically the ticks represent every trade. So it's supposed to update every time a trade is executed. But I think the fastest it goes is a second. Although a second ago, it was going really friggin' fast. So I'm not 100% sure. It's supposed to be as it happens. But earlier today, it looked like it was doing it per second. Oh, we're just fighting over the red line. Red looks like they're winning at the very second. So now we're back down to 73. Yeah, red's definitely winning. We're going down. Oh no, she's not stopping. And it's off my screen. So there's a dead cat bounce, basically. So green stopped what red was trying to do. Couldn't get through this line, and then red just punched in the face. So green's probably going to try again, but we'll see it'll be even weaker than this. So we'll be like a 10-cent recovery, and it'll keep going until we get to 52. We might run out of time, though. We could pull it off. We still got an hour and a half. So there's the green push. A futile attempt for resistance. is always futile. Drifting up slowly. No, drifting up quickly. They're going to try for the red line. Leveling out. All these people buying the dip. Yeah, it's not making any new ground, so it's a matter of time, and then it's going to get slapped. Starting to run out of time. And it looks like red is leaning in. Oh, green's bouncing them. Oh, green push. Was just about to swing into a red, and green just said, nope. Nah, red took it right back afterwards. Jeez, she's back to a swinging wild here. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Jeez. It goes from the top of the channel to the bottom of the channel in under a second. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. It's now at the top. Now it's at the bottom. Crazy. So for you guys that are following, you can look at the numbers if you care, but if you're just looking at the white on black in that middle box, as it hits the top, it's going to make green. It's going to start pushing the candle bigger. And if it hits the bottom, it's going to start pushing the candle red, bigger in the bottom direction, essentially. Yeah. And then the red represents how much intention is there, the volume. So when the volume gets spotty and it's going up, they're running out of steam. If it ramps up, it shows commitment to a direction. And right now, most of our volume has been in green bursts, but it goes on and then off, or keeping neutral. So both sides are fighting, and they end up getting no ground. But the volume goes up because they're both committing. So you have two sides fighting. But if they're equal strength, you can have 1 million shares. But if it's half a million, you end up with 0, right? And that's kind of what's going on right now. We haven't moved in 3 minutes because they're just duking it out. It's not huge volume right now. It's only 2,000 a tick, down to 100 or so. All the small ones represent basically a no trade. But we're definitely not flying off the hinges here. Now we're getting a few 3,000s. Both of them were red. There's another one. Yeah, the selling pressure is definitely not consistent. Selling pressure comes in bursts, and the buying pressure is kind of constant with bursts. When the gas pedal gets lifted off the volume, it generally goes green. So that's pretty good. It's showing they're trying to go up. It's just the reality of end of day on a Friday is why you're getting the bursts of red. Jeez. Zigzag. We've gone flat for now 5 minutes. So now we should crash real soon. We've gone flat for too long. So it usually spells down. Looks like it's happening right now. And it wasn't as aggressive as I thought it was. We're still going down, just very slowly. And down some more. Eventually one of these is going to be big. Green's mounting like 0 defense. Okay, still sideways. We're slowly leaking. But yeah, we're well overdue for a drop. This is a very abnormal shape here. You don't normally see like spotty. It usually starts moving, right? As you can see here. So this is quite abnormal to have a ramping up, a flat, a push down, and then a curve and a roll. Like essentially, if we were to draw this out a little bigger, we would have this. That shape. So it went down, failed to come back 100%, got pushed back. So actually should draw like that. Then it lifted up a little bit, which is this piece here. Oh yeah, that's why I didn't draw that. So yeah, went down, came back, and then rolled. So actually it should be like this. Yeah, there we go. If we play this piece out, it's down, up, up. Yeah. So it's kind of a weird shape. Like, yeah. It's like a cat. Oops, wrong one. So, back on this, which we probably could just borrow this arrow. Now let's just run both of them. Since it's obviously taken on a sharper... Oh, someone dinged me. All right. Oh, I just realized I haven't seen the chat in a minute. I was wondering why I was so quiet. There we go. Sorry about that. Slow day. Yeah. Ric Flair. Yeah. Lou versus Wall Street saying next week is the beginning, just like every other week. Well, yeah, Barry. You got a little bit of a push here while I was reading the chat. But stock markets, that's how they work. So this should have been a breakdown. Oh, this is the 230 buy-in. I should have saw that coming. I wanted to buy in for this. I figured they're going to try again to time buy at 230. That seems to be the new time buy. It used to be 1. Now it's 230. Let's see. Yeah, because you can see the volumes just quadrupled. Yeah, the volume's through the roof. Let's see if it holds. So the German markets are open over the weekend. Cubic zirconian. Oh, that's cool. When they change like this, very hard to predict. That's why I was betting on it going down. So that they mentioned it on Reddit that they were doing a 230 timed buy. This should have gone down, but you see how the volume changed? So either that's news or that's a timed buy, right? So people are getting together and all buying at the same time. That's not normal for a stock to just drive and then 180 without some type of catalyst. If nothing changes, the stock will drift one way or the other until it hits a technical or whatever. And there was no technical here. There could have been one here, but they were up from it, so they weren't testing a new low. So this is clearly manipulation kind of deal. This is a retail ladder attack. Either that or some news just happened to come out at 2:30. Yeah. Well, I don't know about the dump, but it's definitely a pump. But I would expect when you have a pump, the first sign of weakness ends up becoming a dump because these guys are in for quick cash and they're not going to stay in for the rest of the day. So, yeah. I was actually waiting for 2:30. I was like, oh, that should be coming up. And then I looked up from the chat and I was like, shit. Because I was going to buy in just before 2:30 in case they tried to pump it. I was expecting something at 2:30. Anyways, we'll know it for Monday. We'll keep an eye on it. This seems to be a thing now. It used to be 1 o'clock, the stoner push. But our 1 o'clocks have been... where's 1 o'clock? 11, 14. Where's 1300 hours? Here. So our 1 o'clocks have been non-existent, see? So... yeah. And it's interesting how it follows the same... oh, well, this one's a little bit more aggressive, but it follows the same velocity lines over and over and over again. This one got a little more aggressive. But it is interesting, and put these over there. So, if we use the same negativity lines, it'll be one of these arrows. Oh, it really should not be going up any further, but who knows? It's really late in the day. So we should end up in here. End of day. Or if we're unlucky, here. If they can get us up to here, then maybe in the last 30 minutes we can push ourselves up. But let's get these out of the way. Put them over here. All right. I got to quickly use the washroom. Hopefully you guys will be rich by the time I come back. All right, so I didn't miss much. So red countered, green bounced on the red line. So it's still looking good for green. But no one's won yet. All right. Ate a cat hair. Don't have a cat. All right. So we're just trending along. God, I'm losing my ability to speak. Getting the derpiston. So we're coming down from this. Once we break, then we might get our large red. So actually, let's get rid of the... Let's use a proper trend line. There we go. Since the arrow implies direction, which isn't too correct. There we go. These are more walls than implied direction. And again, if we're using the pitchfork, then we're basically looking at something like that. So it's going to try for the black line. Sorry, the red line. But it may get stuck in one of these channels. I just don't drive the pitchfork every time because it's a bit of a hassle. But since it's not moving too quickly, we might as well go for the full potential. And while we're at it, we could even bust out the fancy Gantt box. So we can look at the retraction pattern. So right now we're just above the 50%. Oh. Now we're below 50%. So we should head down to 69.77. And then next stop is 55.70. Technically, every time you have a green, you can follow up immediately with a retraction box like this, the Gantt box, because a healthy retraction is about 20% to 30%, and then it has a chance of rebounding. If it goes over that, it has a chance of continuing down. So here we didn't go over well, we went to around 40%. Then we rebounded, but we never got back to where we were. So we fell. Now, this is not 100% because of the support lines are nearby, but in open air, a 40% drop would probably continue to 50%. But again, there's this red line in the way. So this box is a little less useful, but it's good to do that in your head. As soon as you see red, you know you're okay till about right here. And then if it passes here, then, once it's over 50, you got to get out because it might go all the way. 80% is the last line that it would stop at. And then if it does bounce off the 80, it's not going all the way back up. It usually goes up to the 50%, thinks about it, and then it will continue or go down. And so, yeah. So anyways, it's useful. Yeah. Like we could even use it here and use it on a historical. So we come down from here, 100%. We rebound just under 50%. Come down, go up, hit the 50%. Think about it, gap up, get pulled back down to the 25, pulled back down to the 40 or the 38. And then we gap over the half we don't want to be at to 7, and we drift down to 7.5. Sorry, 61, and we drift down to 7.5. Yeah. Not really the best example because it's small. Actually, here, this one will probably work. So we started here. So this one, there's the 50% line. It's where we bounced when we came back. Continued up. First pull brings us down to the 25. Or sorry, the 75. Yeah. Then we bounce off of it, trying to avoid the half. And that's the 61 line, I believe, right here. So we go 75, 61, 75, 61, 75, 61. Then we go right over the half down to 38, just above 38%. Yeah. And then each time we stop, so next major stop is here. And see, it's the 25. Then the next major stop is, in this case, the white line, which is just above where we are. But anyways, the Gantt box is pretty cool. It's using the Fibonacci lines. Don't ask me how it works. It just does. But it's very useful. If you do it in your head, every time you see an up, you start from where you were to where it stops. And as soon as it starts to roll, you can draw that box and use it. Yeah. The problem with that box is you need to have a start and a finish. So it's good for a retraction because you know where the top is. But on the way up, you can't use it unless you had a previous top. So like this, we could use it with this guy because we have a previous top. But if this guy didn't exist, we'd have to base it off of something else, and then it loses accuracy. So we broke out of this line, but we're still on the red line, so it doesn't really mean much. Still clobbing away. Oh, we gapped up. Nice. So we're moving at pretty shit volume. Oh, maybe I'll get to buy in. So the gapping up is good. It's a good sign. Looks like it might try for a run. All right, I'm in. I'm going to see if I can get some dollars on this. Immediately goes red, but I'll take it. I'm going to give it a try. Because we're over the line and the pressure looks good. Gapping up is a good sign of continuation. And so we're in open country now. So if we didn't get pulled back right away, which we didn't. Ah, shit, we just did. That was one person, though. Damn it. Spoke too soon on that one. Okay, if green can get us off this line, though, we can keep going up. Come on, green. Yeah, we're off the line. Good. Stay off the line. Yeah, because red's slowing down. They used to be a little bit more aggressive. That took some time. Damn it, we're under the line. Okay, we're coming up on 3 o'clock. So we can do horsey betting real soon. Yeah. Well, this could have been a pennant. You're right, actually. Now that I look at it, you're right. That was probably a pennant. So two things happened. You broke the channel, but because you got a flat bottom, you essentially have a wedge or the app formation bull flag. But this did have the momentum to run. So this is unfortunate for me and my bank account. Holy crap. Red is just getting slammed. Or green's getting slammed by red. I think this is a little too much. I could see us going back to the white line, but slamming through is quite negative. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah. Now, do remember, though, the gap is also due to my trading software here. So on the ticks, there was no gap. There was just a volume push, which, you know, shuffled us up a bit. So you can see if I zoom out, right, there's no gap here. It was just a sudden increase in volume, which helped us go up fast. But this shows a gap. But if we use this as our primary view portal, that is a gap, or it just means the software is lagging. Either way, though, it was going up quick enough that it didn't catch it. But I've noticed it's like here, it gapped as well. So this shouldn't have been a gap. It went up, went down, and then jumped, which, you know, leads me to believe it's a little off. Yeah. Because that should have had way more steam if that was a gap. Because, like, there's a missing trade in here. So this was like a flat. And then it jumped. So it's like it got no data and jumped. Where realistically, this guy was like this shape. The one that's missing. There. I'll just put it in. Good enough. So it's still not bad. That's a good ramp up. So this was just a little too much down. I would have expected kind of this. So what we're getting now is this pushes us down, but we're getting the same just off the different line. So same poop, different bum. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. I have enough experience to know when things are wrong. I was like, oh, gap up. And then I'm like, wait, no, it's missing. Gaps are usually a good sign, though. Well, if they're in the direction you want. I should clarify. If it gaps down, time to clench your pooper. So we're still on track. Yeah, it's a little bit of a difference, yeah. Gapping is like the machine can't keep up versus a ramping up, which is, good, but not extremely good. So, oh, you're talking about if it's gapping down. Yeah. Gapping down is, pucker that butthole. Because it's like the machine can't keep up with how fast it's going down. Like, yeah. And it's always easier to sell. It's an elevator down, stairs up. So, and don't forget, we're still overdue for, the mother of all crashes. It won't be as awesome because we'll probably be starting from like 60 or 55 instead of 70. But that's still in the wind. We haven't completely annihilated that yet. So just keep that in the back of your little squirrel brains. Town motto. Well done. Yeah. Just like your cat's up. It's made with real cats. That's how you know it's sup. Yeah, I don't know when yeah. I don't know what will the catalyst be. I've always kind of wondered that. I'm like, what's going to be the catalyst that kicks off, the murder? But there's really nothing I know in the pipe that's going to be the next catalyst. Pandemic's over. Delta variant's not that scary. America doesn't care. Vaccines aren't killing people by the truckload. Everything's coming up Millhouse. So what's our next thing? Like, movie studios hate us. We run out of money 2 years from now. Like, we have quite a long runway. I don't know, like, unless they stop giving us movies to air, that's pretty much the only thing that I think is going to be the next roadblock. Because the pandemic probably stopped new movies from being created. So we probably in a year from now have like a leg. There's like a hole that we're going to run across. So that's going to hurt us like a year from now. But they'll probably try to fill the gaps with some type of garbage, right? Movies that take months to make versus years. So it'll just be like some animated shorts and simple shit, spin-off, sequels, whatever. So I think that's how they'll fix that, right? Because they need constant revenue. So I don't think we're in trouble there. And then we do owe money on our rent for a lot of our buildings, but we can pay that off with all our, YOLO money we got from the stock market. So, yeah, I don't know what's going to murder us. I guess our financials, maybe. If we're not showing enough growth, then we'll start circling the drain again. Like, we got 2 years to prove that we don't suck, that people are going to the theaters. But I think we're going to get at least 6 months or so of just psycho use of the theaters. And then it will dwindle off. The hype will be over. And then when the dust settles, then we'll have to hopefully be doing better than we were. But do remember, pre-pandemic, this company was circling the drain. So it's not like we're out of the woods completely, but a lot has changed. So I don't know. I do ponder this frequently. It's an important thing to know. Yes, I better go do some EODs. Let's see if I can do it without getting up. Okay. Definitely a lot slower, but then I don't have to get up from the couch. Okay. No, it's not. It's not wrong. You just, if you bought at 5407, you would have to sell at 5427 because that's the channel right here. So you would have bought here, sold here. All this is just a bounce. It's just a little bit aggressive because red is definitely in control. Yeah, I've gone back into the reds as well. And now it's bouncing again. We're just playing the channels non-friggin' stop here. Yeah, you might want to be in for Monday. Play the Fast and the Furious news. Yeah, I got you, my name. You're way up in the clouds. I got Zeus, my name, Barry, and Tom. Yeah. So we're taking your horse bets for those that are just listening. Yeah. We're trying to get them all before 3:30. Yeah, exactly. No, it's all good. It's all good. No, it's part of my defense mechanism. If you don't friggin' care, you can't worry. And if you can't worry, nothing affects you. Plus, I have like a disease that if I worry, I get in trouble. So I can't worry even if I wanted to worry. It's like, so I'm going to be perpetually optimistic. I mean, I'm not stupid, but there's no point in worrying. What's done is done, right? Yeah, so. Yeah, it's not that I have giant manjones. It's just I couldn't worry even if I wanted to. That's if it doesn't gap up on Monday, right? I know you guys really love your options because they're new, but it's not without risk, right? So the theta gives you the advantage, right? Same with the delta and the time decay and all that sort of stuff. But oh, I may have got my numbers wrong. Copy, paste. There you go. Moved you. Yeah, you definitely said 5520. I must have forgot to set your number. Anybody else pick 11? Yep, there you go. Good thing you corrected it. Well, I mean, it's easy money. He's not wrong. Like if you buy in today and then it runs over till Monday, there's a decay that happens, right? And then you can just play off the decay. But then the risk is if it goes completely not in your favor, then you have a little buffer. But if you exceed that buffer, then you're on the hook. So it is what it is. Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. But it is easy money. Because as Cedric keeps pointing out, it's like a $2 buffer. So unless you wake up and it's, 56, there's nothing for you to worry about, right? But knowing AMC, you're better off selling options at Ford. AMC, you'll wake up to 100% and you'll fucking shoot yourself. Well, it's time for washing my mouth out with the shotgun. It's like, and cue backstop. Writes his first covered call and the stock takes off and murders him. It's like, yeah. Yeah. Well, high risk, high reward. I mean, you could probably write a covered call that expires in 1 hour and make a few pennies. No, you're still good till 3:30. I'm just half-assing it here. Did I get that person right? 21. 5621. Paste. Oh my God. Why didn't it not copy? Copy. Ah, Jesus. 5-6. Okay. For some reason, it won't copy and paste. Do. Okay. All right. I'll sit up and do the rest of these. Okay. Get this show on the road. My monitor just shut off, which means the stream is probably getting mangled. Well, if you can still hear me, I've lost my monitor. The cable's a little wonky because I've been twisting it. This might be the one time it doesn't come back. Give me a second.
Okay, I'm back. How mangled's my screen? Pretty mangled. Okay, let's get these up. Okay, TARDIS. Freedom got sniped by 1 penny. Oof, nice push. Yeah, so basically the cable that came with my monitor is about 1/2 inch too short, so it's being stretched, and over time, the connection piece, like the HDMI connection piece, has actually bent and snapped. So now the wire, I can actually pull the metal male part out of the cable. So it's only a matter of time. So every time I sit up and I adjust the monitor, it perpetually gets worse. I bought a replacement cable, but then I ran it through the wall to hook up my gaming computer to the TV. And then I realized I can't do that because I'll burn out my OLED. And so it's like, I got to unrun it and plug it into the computer. So I do have a backup cable if this cable finally gives up the ghost or catches fire. I'm waiting for that. Just be like, someone smell cooking? And it's my monitor. As a wise man once said to me, it's not a clown car. That's all I have to say about children. TARDIS sniped you. That's why it's freedom of C TARDIS. He also got into flipping motorcycles. Boom. No. It doesn't matter, TARDIS. I just like ragging on freedom. Gives me something to do. So you can see with this volume change, right? So we were drifting back down, but then they pumped the volume. So now it's a matter of can they hold it? It's looking good. I might stay in. If I'm up a bunch of dollars, I'll just stay in over weekend. Since my not life insurance, my medical insurance, better not be life insurance, paid me out yesterday, I think. So I got money for the weekend at least. So I don't need to close my accounts. Ah, okay. So he started flipping bikes before he flipped houses. Flipping houses isn't really that hard. The biggest problem is you're going in and you have to make sure it's not a total, like the structural is not failing. So you have to be good at inspecting houses, and then it's just a matter of rip and replace. You know, as long as electrical doesn't have to be changed, the plumbing doesn't have to be changed, it's quite good, quite easy. Yeah. Yeah, I should actually get into flipping houses. My parents would love it. The only problem here is the houses that I'd be buying would be $500,000. Flip $500,000 for 800. I'd make, 300K on the flip, but it's like, oh, damn, freedom. That's nice. How do you clock $3,000 a weekend? Just tips? Or is it danger pay? That's a lot of money. Oh. Oh, so they hit you. I mean, wink. Ah. Ah, nice. Did your workplace allow that? Or is that just, you know, working the pole? Yeah, he definitely would have to be wearing the proper gear. You don't take a 180 and walk away from it. Either that or you'd have to be miraculously landing. Oh, got on, popped it up. I don't know what popped it up and dropped it down means. Oh, on the bike. So he hit you with a bike? Wow. And that did that? I guess at 180. I mean, that's not too bad. At least you weren't hit by like T-boned by a car. You got sideswiped by another motorcycle. Do you have use of your foot? Did they finally win that battle? I mean, at least it wasn't amputated. Damn, 30 surgeries. Whoo. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. You got yourself a war wound. You got fragged by a mortar. Well, actually, that'd be more like a landmine. Hey, that's not too bad. Better than amputation. Not friggin' bad. Hopefully you got a good payout on the insurance. And smart of you to have insurance. Sounds like Road Warrior. It's the Canadian edition of Fury Road. Sorry, Road. I'm so sorry. It's okay. Now I have to go find some water and maple syrup. Cue music. Snowstorm. Leathers and feathers. Yeah, exactly. I remember talking to a guy and he said the only thing that actually makes you money in a house flip is paint. Everything else is a cost. So you end up spending more money than you get on the flip. But it's if you have a house that you can't flip and you put the money into it to flip it, then, off it goes, right? So sometimes you got to spend to get it out the door, right? But if you can just get away with paint and cleaning, that's your money. Straight up money. Sounds like quite the feat. All right, last call. Last call for bets. And I'll get mine in as well. I'm going to go with negativity. So I'm going to snipe here. Okay. The vertical lines. So last call. And here. Okay. Footloose. Well done. Shit, if I had a gimpy foot, I'd definitely have a shirt that says Footloose. That'd be awesome. You got to play it up. Too bad this stomach issue I got or digestion issue I got. I can't have a witty shirt about that. Like, I got stressed bowels. Like, I don't know. I do like saying the word bowels, though. Bowels. So what do you have? Stressed bowels, hyperactive bowels. My bowels got the ADHD. Maybe Tourette's. I don't know. It swears at me a lot. Oh, yeah. I'd be doing this all myself. Yeah. That's a good one, TARDIS. I like it. I can't stomach your bullshit anymore. Literally. That's a good one. Dad jokes are the best. I mustache you a question. Fancy feast. There, we can have a duo, a gimpy duo. Freedom of culture will be Footloose and I'll be Fancy Feast because that's all I eat. Jeez. 8 years of infection, eh? You probably got like heavy duty hospital staff is what you got? Because it must have been recurring. Your skin would have healed, so and why would you be immune compromised? No, that's good. I don't need. I've seen enough war injuries to know what a missing foot is. I'm good though. I've seen everything from pancaked heads to half missing bodies, you name it. But yeah, in my current health, I need just happiness and sunshine. Because there's something innate when it comes to bodily harm that triggers stressors in your body. And I can feel it. Just even thinking about it, I can feel myself get nauseated. Never used to be, but now I'm pretty fucking weak. Unfortunately. Ah, there we go. That would do it. Yeah. Because I'm like, if you got triaged properly, they rinsed out the wound, whatever, but you had something in the bone. And because you probably, as you're saying, got fragmentation from the wheel exploding or the hubcap. So it probably shattered the bone. And then there's metal and debris and road garbage in there. That would do it. That would make sense. And that's also the problem, too, when you get hit by artillery. You're laced up or peppered with a whole bunch of fragmentation. And it's like, you got to find all those fuckers before they fester. Oof. Okay. So how did you get the stuff in your bones done? Just blood infection to bone infection? Sounds like they forgot something. Debris. Or you got a super bug from the hospital. Your body grew a bone for the infection to attack. Oh, Jesus. Why wouldn't it heal? Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I see why you're circling the drain and had an IV to your heart. Jesus. They didn't just tape that thing shut, fill it full of fake skin. Your body rejected skin grafts. Okay. That would explain a lot more. So basically, you had a good run of bad luck. Because I'm like, yeah, as soon as it's healed up, the infections is over as soon as your skin's cleaned and shut. Well, if you have an open hole to the bone, yeah. Surprised they didn't amputate. I guess they figured they could save it and they weren't wrong. But you figure the risk of infection. But if they cut off your foot and your foot's not healing anyways, who's to say the cutoff part's going to heal? And that's pretty shitty choice. Exactly. I've been stung by an entire colony of wasps. I'm immune to wasp poison. I can't even tell when I get stung anymore. But holy crap, that was unfun. I kicked a log in the woods, and then all of a sudden the sky got dark, and then everything hurt. And then I realized I'm covered in wasps. It was an underground wasp colony underneath a log. Like, the fuck I knew that. Jeez. It was just another log, and I happened to kick it. Yeah. Well, that's what I would have done. I mean, I know a bit of battlefield medicine, and if I can't close up the wound, you're going to get a fucking blood infection, right? And you're going to be screwed because then I'm going to have to pump you full of antibiotics, and that's hard on the system. And then your body's in a constant war that you may not win. So it's like, I want to lop that off, tie it up with a string, seal it with fire and tar, and call it a day. Because at least then your body is sealed. If it's not sealed, you're in trouble. Especially if you're bleeding. So it's like, ugh, yeah. Well, at least you still got your foot, but yeah. I don't know. I probably would have sacrificed my foot in that one. I would have said, just fucking chop it. I don't want to run the risk of, sepsis. Just get her gun. Oh yeah, you go septic. Of course you do. Yeah. 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 Yeah, you have 1 hour before infection sets in. And then I think you can go septic within a 2 to 3 hours after that. But essentially it's breathing, blood loss, and then infection. So you have to check for responsiveness, check their airways. If they're breathing, you're good. Now you got to check for bleeding, try to get them conscious. If they won't get conscious, but they're breathing, it's okay. But they're probably bleeding out. Plug all the holes, tape them up, stabilize them, and then, somebody can fix them. Because obviously you're not going to do friggin' full-end surgery on the battlefield. You're just going to patch them up, and then you got an hour to get him to Kazovac. Yeah, and then he's good to go. But as long as you're not bleeding out, you can go pretty good, Then you have to deal with infection, but you got an hour. So it's the golden triangle, I believe. 30 seconds if he's not breathing. 30 minutes if he's bleeding. Or no, it's 30 seconds if he's bleeding. 30 minutes if he's not breathing. And then an hour if he's got an infection. Yeah. Because you can technically go 30 minutes without any air. You become a veggie after 30. You start taking damage after, I think, a minute. When you run out of oxygen. Yeah. But yeah, if you can't resuscitate the guy in 30 minutes, let him go. Because he's not going to come back. There you go, Barry. I did the same thing. It was on my parents' property, and I just kicked the log because it was a rusty old log. And then, holy shit, it was just wasps everywhere. And I got stung so many times I couldn't even see my arm. Like I was just a puff ball. I'm surprised I didn't die from like the toxicity of all those bees. I just remember running to like where my parents are. And it's like, after a while, you just couldn't feel the stings anymore. And then as I ran into the building, the wasps are all following me. So everyone in the room's now killing wasps because I brought in like a truckload. And they're like, what's wrong with you? And why is there so many wasps? The other people that were with me all jumped in the water, but I was smart enough to know that wasps will hover and keep attacking your head. So I booked it to get inside because that's the only way you're going to really get around them. But geez, they were not happy. Wasps are nasty. Yeah. Yeah. So how did you get the 3.2 million settlement? Like you sued your friend, or it's just he goes, oh shit, and then his insurance pays you, and then you had to just fight with his insurance basically. Just curious in case I get wounded in my life travels. Damn, Barry. Man, we got some war wounds going around here. Some old war stories. Yeah. Okay, so it was the cost of everything. Cool. So who covered the cost? The government and what? Like his insurance, your insurance? I guess it would be covered in his vehicle insurance. State Farm. So Jake from State Farm covered you? Okay. But his or yours? Is it no fault? Both? Yours covers you and his covers you? Oh my God. It was void without a license. Well, you could still sue the shit out of him if you wanted to. Fuck. Well, that sucks. Well, at least you recovered. Damn. Yeah. And that's the problem with Canadian insurance. You just hope that other person has insurance. It's like, oh, it's no fault, but that guy's driving without a license and was drunk. But it's no fault. What do you mean it's no fault? I didn't do anything. No, it's okay. You both pay equally. You're like, fuck this. Stupid ass insurance. Whew. Damn, Barry. Damn. Yeah, obviously, yeah. Well, quite the war stories. 5380. No, 5380 isn't taken. It's just a support line. I'll just get rid of that. Let me double check. No one picked it. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's better than being dead, right? I'll take any type of bodily injury over being dead. You'd be the first person to get a hat trick, TARDIS. Currently, you are winning, yes. So it's between you and me, TARDIS. Oh, you got, damn. Good job, Trent. I don't want to live. Man, you can just get an artificial one, you know? It's still fun. Or what the doctors will do is they'll hook you up with like a button that just triggers the nerve endings. So you'll just be like, all right. You're hitting a button. Wow. Well, I think your wife may disagree with you, Tom. She might have argued that you're having too much fun and that you're now cut off. Exactly. Oh, Lardy. I'd hate to see our viewership at this time. Probably sub 20. Well, lost everyone. All right. So now it's 50-50. So if he's at 95 and I'm at 38, 60 is closer to me. 60. Halfway is 50. 10. I think 60 is closer to me. Yeah. So now it's you again. Well, I do agree. You guys help pass the time for sure. I want to get in some more trolls so we can at least have some midday entertainment. As long as they don't come in too quickly, it should be good. So we're going to close the day at 69, 70 something volume. Not all that quick.
Yeah, exactly. He that shall not be named. Or should not be named. So I wonder if I take this. We're back on the channel. Just got shifted over. So it looks like I might be able to pull this one. I might get this one. We'll see. And I think this would be my third win. I know I won at least twice, possibly 3 times. And then there's one I don't know about at the very beginning that I'm just going to forget about. I think so. I think this is the dividing line. Actually, it might be, judging by my balancing skills. Let's see here. Hold on. If you're there, the midpoint between these two is about here. Yeah, 66. Go fig. Nicely. I'm pretty good at balancing since I've been doing it for 5 years. You just wiggle it back and forth, and your eyes will tell you if one is bigger than the other. And then you adjust the fine amount afterwards. It's either here or just slightly lower. All right. Aw, shucky ducky. To which that guy died of COVID. Come on. Oh, it might actually go right by me and go to May. Technically, if it keeps on track, it's heading to May. If it accelerates down, it's also May. I should have picked a little higher. But I should be okay because I picked the bottom support line. So if it drops, there's a support line here. And there's a support line here. So that should slow it down, meaning it won't get to May. All right. It's me and TARDIS, head to head. For now. Oh, I forgot I had an open position. Okay, maybe I don't want to win. I totally forgot I had an open position. Got too busy doing this. Shit. Missing foot was kind of distracting. It's like that. That's definitely on the interesting bandwagon. Do. Okay. Find you on TF2. Oh, 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 it's going back to TARDIS. So broke channel. So this white line doesn't mean anything. But a broke channel. Although this white line does line up with the blue line, at least for this minute. So it'll act pretty much the same, but the blue line is more real. And actually the blue line is slightly off. It should be lifted up just a bit. There we go. That's what it's really bouncing off. It was the blue line. See, touched it, snapped back. Because it's outside of the channel now. So now it's going to try to stay above. But it will lose that support in the coming minutes. So I still might get it. Might land up in here. Might get into the win zone right here. Win. Oh my God. The snap is so bad. Zone. Oh my God. Okay, we'll just ignore that. Damn. It's the win zone. Oh shit, son. Well, so much for my win zone. It's rip. Yeah, freedom of culture's there. See? Oh, you're at 63? I have you at 96. $53.96 is what I have you at, Freedom. Oh, did I get you wrong? $53.63. Shit, I do have you wrong. Damn. Oh. Ah, come on. Where did you go? Okay, so it's me and freedom of culture. Shit. Freedom of culture gets the win zone. Son of a bitch. Well, suck it, freedom. You're now losing. It's going back to TARDIS. We probably should have just left you with the error. It would have been better off. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I just had to correct it, for rules and stuff. Oh, what's that? Oh, your number's changing. Okay, cool. No problem. Well, I don't know, freedom. You're just where are you gonna land? It's like a lottery. Press the button. Let's see where it stops. Where's the undo button? Well, it's close enough anyways. There. Well, so much for that win zone. Shit. Just so bad. I'll just erase it at the end. Oh, well, whatever. There we go. Damn. She's going ham to TARDIS. Man, he's going to get the first hat trick. So I think halfway between TARDIS and Freedom, it's probably here. This red line's in my way, though. Let's get rid of this. Right there. So basically where it is now. Damn. You're good, TARDIS. And I got it again. Yeah, 79. Yeah, I can't do math, but I can spatially visualize. Pretty good. I don't even use that grid in the background. I really should, though. Oh, we're on the line. It's between TARDIS and Freedom now. No longer me. Never a winner. Always a horse groom. A jockey. That's it. Never a winner. Always a jockey. Ah, right to TARDIS. TARDIS taking the lead. Look at this retard push. God, this is so dumb. It's not a lot of money, though. But still. Like, what kind of shape is this? Like, W. It's like the most mangled shape I've seen in a while. Just, There's no angles, no mountains. There's a little bit of a crown shape here. There's a W here, but it didn't complete. So it rolls and then it takes off. It's like, that's not how stocks are supposed to work. Oh, actually, maybe it did complete. I can see the stick right here. So complete, it rolled, then came back with a vengeance. Yeah, it did complete right here. Oh, we passed TARDIS. It's now heading to OJ, the doctor, because I couldn't reach the K. Oh. So where the hell's Barry? So it's going to be TARDIS or Dr. Overkill. Although Overkill's got an entire open country to himself. Basically that red line. If we shift it up. Yeah, that red line would be the midpoint. So it's TARDIS and the Doctor. No, I'm going to stay in till Monday. I could get out at a $9 loss, but I'll just hold in over the weekend. Monday's going to be good. And as long as I end up like at 0-0, I was going to buy in and carry over the weekend anyways. So as long as I'm close to 0, the worst damage they can do is like 2% on open. I can handle that. But if I'm down -4% and then I go down another -3%, then I have to take a substantial hit. So I don't want to be in if I'm, negative. But right now I'm going to be about neutral. So that's good. I think I bought in at, well, you can see it at the top. I can't see it from here. It's this number here. 50 something. 53.97 maybe. Which means I should be green. Oh yeah, but I still have the $10 commission, so. Yeah, I think I'm neutral at 97, but I have to go up to cover the commission. Okay. So this is the last minute coming up. So 2 minutes left on the clock, and it's heading back. Freedom might get this. Oh no. No, it's sitting on TARDIS. TARDIS is taking his lead from the Doctor. Oh, it doesn't know what it wants to do. Come on. Who's it going to be? It's either TARDIS, Doctor, or if it plummets, Freedom still has it. There's still a chance. So this line here is Freedom if it gets under it. And if it ends up anywhere in here, it's TARDIS. If it ends up here or higher, it's the Doctor. Oh, shit. It can be anyone here. I'm just going to move Freedom up. Because it's basically he wins if it gets below this. Oh, my God. So close. 30 seconds. Quick, sell all your shares, Freedom. And I'll move OJ down. So this is basically the... If it's here or higher, it's OJ. Here and lower, it's Freedom. 10 seconds. Oh, so close. So close. We're going to have to go to photo finish. Oh, no, sorry. Now it's 10 seconds. Oh, shit. Is the Doctor going to snipe it? Oh, shit. Last second push. Oh, and that was time. Oh, shit. TARDIS gets it. Okay, we'll go to the photo finish, but that was fucking close. So I moved the Doctor down, but so he didn't reach his midpoint. So as long as the photo finish doesn't have us 54 and higher, we should be giving it to him. Oh, Yahoo comes with 5401. Ooh, what does it say on 5406? Oh, shit. Okay, we're going to have to figure out where the Doctor is and make sure. Okay, so where was he before I moved him? He was 5401? Is that where I moved you from? Yeah. 5401. Scroll. 52. There's Barry. Okay, he was 5570 is what his original was. So I didn't even have him close. Okay, so it's TARDIS. Oh, Marshall was 5401. Why did I write OJ? Or are you just screwing with me? Oh no, you just said that at the end. Okay. I'm just double checking here so it's close. But Dr. Overkill was actually 58. So I don't know why I even had him down here. Unless he changed his number. What was your original number, Doctor? 58 something? Okay. Yeah, we'll give it to TARDIS. It's all good. Good run. Even though I screwed up that number. But yeah, damn, TARDIS finally got a hat trick. 3 in a row. That's records were made today. Oh, then what was your number? 55? Oh, you still weren't close. All right. Sweet. Sure, I can name it. I can name it the Ape Space Program. And if you get in early enough, you get to set the message of the day. So. We started off as the Ape Space Program. Nope. No. The winner is next person to get 4 will challenge Zeus. Zeus is a 3-time winner. So we need a 4-time winner to challenge Zeus to take him out. Yeah, we don't have 3 times in a row winners, but we have a lot of 3-time winners. The Doctor's a 3-time winner.
Zeus is a 3-time winner. I think you've won twice, Freedom. I've won 3 times to my knowledge. And I can't remember anybody else. Oh, yeah, May. Right. May's won 3 times. Yeah. Anyways. Only once? Okay. Yeah. I should really write these down. But anyways, it's not a big deal. It's just bragging rights. So cool. We're done. We did another week. I ended up where I bought in. I made $20 today, maybe. Hooray. But it was a -5 day. So I lost nothing, gained 20. Good enough. I get that one Wendy's burger I was talking about at like 9 in the morning. All right. Yep. We'll see you next week if I survive the weekend. And we'll be back at it. Another day, another $1.50. Yeah, 5407 is where I bought in. And it ended at 5406. I was off by a penny. Yeah. Damn. Burgers. Indeed. Yeah. See you on the Discord or whatevs. Yep.